Hey now.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Hey now.
I need new batteries for my thing, so I just got to do this. All right. Welcome, everybody. This is Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. It is May 25th, 2021, 8:14 p.m. Eastern, 5:14 Pacific. John Mancuda.
Hey now.
Hey, man.
Blue Rhino.
How are you?
Blue Rhino.
Blue Rhino is here. Ned the cat is taking a nap.
Nettie Van Halen.
Yeah.
Neanderthal should be along shortly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somebody wake him up.
Show.
Man. Well, hey, welcome, everybody. Welcome. If this is your first time here, subscribe to the channel.
Yeah,
you dig rock and roll.
If this is your first time here, you better leave a thumbs up on the video now because it only gets worse. It only goes downhill from here like a torpedo in the rectum of Poseidon.
Wow.
Yeah.
So leave a thumbs up. Make sure to subscribe. And let's say hello to our channel members, our executive producers, which is the
big
top
bosses.
tier. The big bosses of channel membership here on YouTube. Charles Green, Wayno, Joe Christian, Michael B, Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Bent Tom, The Chad, James Gum, David Shigemori, Michael Smith, Randy Price, Stephen Franklin, Dan Halen, Crazy Cook 678, John Moronic, Jim Ray Hawkins, Mike Neese, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael?
That's the top tier of channel membership here on YouTube, Johnny Beane TV. If you'd like to become a channel member, click the join button. It's right below the 15 thumbs down. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Yes, we've arrived. That's my whole family reunion right there.
Awesome.
Try to leave thumbs up, but if you're like Black Salami or anyone works at Kiesel or then we understand. Other than that, David Crosby's allowed. The rest of you, thumbs up, please.
Yes.
I don't like the show.
Yes. We're also live on Facebook, Johnny Beane TV Facebook page, where we have Facebook stars. And where is it? Right there. Leave a review over there. Just go to @Johnny Beane TV on Facebook. Also live on Facebook in the Van Halen 1974 to 2020 Facebook group. We're at over 55,000 members. It's insanity over there.
Madness! Stop the madness!
It definitely is. But it's all good because it's the second biggest Van Halen group on Facebook, which is just incredible.
And we're trying to get to number one, so
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think eventually. I think it will happen. But if you look back there, those are my lights. If you'd like to help support the show, support the channel, any super chats will change the color of those lights. It's like magic. And it's just another feature here on Johnny Beane TV. What else? This is a podcast. It's a podcast. So
Johnny's got like 30 minutes of self-promotion.
Listen on iHeartRadio, Spotify, SoundCloud, Stitcher, TuneIn, Google, Apple, radio.com. Check out the podcast. It is available later on in the evening after these shows. And then last but not least, follow me on Amazon Live. I am now what they call an Amazon influencer. So follow me over on Amazon.
So wait, are we broadcasting this show on Amazon?
No.
Oh, whoa. What is that? What's that about?
No. That show is squeaky clean.
Oh, I see. That was one of the lawyer's letters we got of cease and desist, right? Amazon, okay.
Yeah. Basically, it's like Johnny Beane TV, like QVC style. Like I recommend products that I actually use,
Oh,
and they're available. You know, stuff like the microphone I use. You know, all kinds of stuff that
stuff like
I
Swiss picks,
recommend.
stuff like Vinum custom pickups, stuff like that. That kind of stuff. The good
Item
stuff.
pickups.
The good
Awesome,
stuff.
awesome stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So follow me on Amazon. Just search Johnny Beane. There we go.
Let's see. Let's see. The chat today. And hey, everyone in the chat. Let's see. Someone just said something about my appearance on Fruitcake Tony's show the other day, although they just deleted it. So I guess they're editing something. Here we go.
All those thumbs downs meant for this show?
Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. There we go. The original Paramutant Mancuda, your dissertation on Queensryche was awesome. That was on Show Me Your Pick number 48, Fruitcake Tony's show. Did that Saturday. Well done, sir. No, please return to dick and ass jokes as you request. Thank you. There you go. Yeah, I'm glad. If you haven't watched that, Show Me Your Pick number 48. We did it Saturday. It was great. I brought on 2 of Michael Wilton's personal guitars on there, and that was great. So I appreciate everyone that joined in and watched that. If you haven't watched it, you can check it out on YouTube, Fruitcake Tony's channel, and he's coming up on 1 year soon, 52 shows.
Wow.
So that's coming up soon. A bunch of people apparently have watched that video. So glad you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, I love Queensryche. Queensryche's, one of my favorite bands. And last night, ironically, I was up. I have an arcade in my house of full-size video games. Johnny, you know where that is.
I slept right next to him.
Yeah, it kept you up all night. And all the So I was playing up in the arcade last night, and I realized Alexa will do whatever I want. I said, Alexa, play Queensryche Empire full album. Playing Queensryche full album. Great. And Alexa was great. So I was listening to the full Empire album last night. Since I was enjoying it so much from Tony's show on Saturday, we were talking about the entire history of Queensryche.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. They're one of the great 80s.
Oh shit! I just realized I set off a ton of people's Alexa units. I'm so sorry. I'm seeing in the chat. I'm so sorry, everybody. All of a sudden, everyone's listening to Empire.
Hey, Alexa, leave a thumbs up.
Yeah. Yeah, Alexa, remove 14 unjustified thumbs down in the or 15 unjustified thumbs down in the chat. Yeah, cut
those are right away too.
Cut the shit, Black Salami. What the fuck? Jesus, Michael. Jesus. Gonna come to your house and give you the spanking you so richly deserve. Anyway, leave a thumbs up, please. Like I said, unless you're David Crosby, any lawyer that's been suing us, the FCC or Kiesel Guitars. Everyone else. Yeah, I just set off a bunch of everyone's Alexas. I'm so sorry. I just realized that.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, I would not. Man. Robot Master Switch. I would not do that. Don't worry about it. At worst case, you're listening to Queensryche. Not a bad situation. Speaking of bad situations, so my mother, my mother this week has been really going nuts with. If you remember last year when the weeds started growing and overgrowing and really growing 6 foot high on my parents' property.
That's how they are here.
Yeah, it got kind of crazy, and the town started calling her and said, "Hey, you gotta cut down those weeds and stuff." Well, it's back this year. Apparently, the town called me, said, "Excuse me, Mr. Mancuda, your mother's house, it's overgrown with weeds again. How high are they? Probably about 3 feet now, and it's very unnerving to the town. You need to take care of that." So I told my mom. My mom, of course, goes into an immediate panic. "Oh no, the town is gonna find me. What do I do? What's gonna happen now? You know, I don't know. The neighbors are gonna come in with torches and pitchforks. They're gonna probably burn a cross on the lawn. I don't know." So she calls up the gardener, and I don't know what happened with her calling the gardener. But I guess she got to be too much of a nudge, because I said, "Hey, Ma, the town called me again, said you haven't taken care of those weeds yet." And she said, "Yeah, I know. I've been trying to get a hold of the gardener, and he asked me not to call anymore." I said, "What? Maybe I called a few too many times." Yeah, I think that's probably not a good thing, Ma. When the gardener leaves you a message, "Hey, please stop calling. Please stop calling, ma'am. Please stop calling." Then that means you've called too much. So now we're on the hunt for another gardener for my mother's house. And she's just making it a pet project that's driving me nuts. So we got to find someone to trim it. You know what the problem is? She probably calls the gardener and scares the guy's wife. "Hello, who's this?" "Yes, this is the gardener's house." "Oh, is this his wife?" "Yes, it is." "Well, tell him that I need to take care of my bush." "Excuse me?"
What?
"I need him to take care of my bush." What are you talking about?" "My bush is overgrown. I need him to take care of it." He's not calling you. Don't ever call here again, ma'am. Don't ever call here again. Leave my husband alone, you hussy." Yeah, so.
Oh no. I'm not gonna now my bush is gonna be all overgrown. It'll be just like 1978.
Winter bush. I need someone to help me with my bush.
Next thing you know, these little bugs are going to take up residence in it. It's going to be awful, and the smell.
This smells like gefilte fish.
Maybe I should. Hello, I know you told me not to call again, but I was wondering, does your husband like gefilte fish? Does he have a can opener?
Did you mean don't call again today?
Call again. Okay, can you just put me on hold until he's ready to speak?
What's really great is she calls me today to tell me that she finally figured out how to work Netflix. This was ongoing for weeks, because my friend gave her a Netflix password to share, and she's like, "Oh, I don't know how to put this passcode in," and this was taking forever. So she calls me today, 2 weeks later, with the good news that she finally figured out how to do it. And all of a sudden, I'm talking to her, and she's like, "Oh my God, there's a bug that was just on my arm. Ma, tell me more about what happened with Netflix." "Well, the bug is still here. But tell me about Netflix." "I don't know what kind of bug it is, Ma. Netflix? Yeah, he's somewhere in the house. I've got to find him." I mean, this went on for another 10 minutes. I hear her in the background. She put the phone down. I just hear, "Where is it? I'll never sleep if there's a bug in here." Holy shit. It's like the smallest little things, like my dad's penis, have always upset my mom. I don't know what it is. She sent someone shopping the other day at the supermarket, the shopper you text with. And she's like, "Make sure you get black cod. And the guy's thinking probably like, Black cock? Get a big black cod. I want black cod. Big black cod. Can only imagine if a typo happened. He's probably reading like big black cock. Yeah. So God bless you, my mom. God bless my mom. Even the dog's getting horny thinking about it.
Oh, yeah. Lemmy has decided. She's decided it's time to go out all of a sudden. She's like, I'm tired of hearing about Mancuta's obsession with black cod. No, Michael, she doesn't.
Let's see. What did he say?
She wants black salami.
No, my mom doesn't want black salami. Not after leaving all those thumbs down under all your fake accounts. Not that. She was craving you. She was craving you. Now she's like, what are you doing to those nice boys on the show? Black salami, you're terrible.
Well, you just remember at some point during the show, you will say something that he will then post in the Van Halen Facebook group to try and garner trolling posts and likes and comments and shit. Because that's how Michael. That's how Michael works.
Yeah. Oh well.
Hey, look at Lemmy. Yeah. Hi, Lemmy.
Oh, hi, Lemmy.
Daddy, why am I in the dark? It's so hot here.
Well, it's 100 degrees here. That's why.
Yeah, I know.
It's 100 degrees, and I've got my air conditioning cranked up. This is good. Lemmy doesn't usually come out and say hello during the show. She's usually too busy being old and fat and laying around on her bed.
See, she wants black salami.
She might want black salami.
There you go.
But you can't have this bitch.
Awesome. That's Paul's bitch.
Lemmy is such a good girl. Look, like all dogs, she's giving up the ass.
Nice.
She's like, the problem is you want to scratch back here by the tail, but as when a dog is stimulated back there, the tail goes up. So I'm with her at her age. I don't know if it's going up because she's happy that I'm scratching or if that it's almost time to shit.
She's about to shoot a chocolatey missile at you.
So I'm basically rolling the dice every time she comes in and says hello. Because I don't know, the tail just goes up. I'm like, we got to get outside quick.
Yeah. Mr. Hellstorm 74 wants to know, Paulie, how many times does your AC freeze up over the year?
It did a couple of years ago. Yeah, I had a condenser go last year. It sucked. I was out without AC for like 16 days in August. In
August in Arizona.
Yeah. So what I end up doing is I end up taking all my guitars and shit like that and putting them in one room with a floor unit. I do have a small floor AC unit for just such an occasion. And I'll go in there, and that floor AC unit doesn't get anything lower than like 80 degrees, but 80 degrees versus 112 degrees is a huge difference. So
I got to get a floor unit for my mom's house because whenever I go home there, she's your typical old lady where you walk in.
Oh no, she is not your typical old lady.
Yeah, well, touche. It's so hot. It's like you ever get off a plane and you go to Florida where it's really humid and that plane door opens and you feel that burst of humidity hit you in the face. It's the same thing when you go into my mother's house because you go outside and outside you're like, ooh, it's 80 degrees. I can't wait to get in the AC. And she's, it's like 95 in here. It's so chilly. I'm Mom, turn on the AC. The AC is on, but I'm anemic. I get very cold. I'm like, so, trying to sleep in that, it's God. Like I'm sticking to my sheets, which I jizzed on.
Normally, normally that's just the epoxy that you provided.
That's my own. That's my own
the epoxy.
Yeah, the goopoxy. But it's like it's so fucking hot in my mother's house. It's like all my guitars there are like the necks are bending. It's like the action's this high. Like what the fuck, Ma?
They're like,
yeah, never fun.
That's an E string. That's an E string. Jesus. Yeah, all the cicadas are moving into my mom's bedroom because it's nice and humid there.
All right, give me 1 second. I do have to secure my room because it sounds like Ace now has a ball in his mouth, but as soon as he drops that ball, he's going to go and start taking pillows off the bed and throwing them around the room.
Go for it. I'll do some roll call. Let's see.
I'll be right back.
Let's see who's in the chat, and let's see what we got. Who's here that is going to leave a thumbs up on the video? Michael B, Nightbot, CK in the house. CK, it was great meeting you on Show Me Your Pick number 48.
Oh yeah,
CK was sitting in with us.
I met CK last week over on Halenville.
Very, very cool.
I think.
You think?
I think.
Music Therapy Laz, my buddy. Listen, man, we're still hoping that Roxy comes home. Leave the windows open, leave some food on the windowsill, leave the cage out there with some food. We're still Roxy hopeful that she will eventually come back after sowing her little oats. Let's see. Who else we got? My girl Sandra Picorni is here. Also was in the Queensryche show on Saturday with us. Picorni, Picorni, Picorni. We love you a long time. Good seeing you.
Awesome.
Sandra's saying, hit that like button. Thank you, Sandra. Jeff Davidson in the house. Howface in the house. R2R3 Locking Nut. David Shea Gomery. My buddy Fruitcake Tony. Thank you for having me on the Queensryche show on Saturday. I had a blast. Great show. Craven Soda, Browns fan, Mr. Hellstorm 74, Mike Johnson, Vistalite 1972, Renus Pinkle in the house. Let's see, scrolling. Neth BT in the house. Vistalite 1972 is said already. Black Salami in the house. David Ennis in the house.
Black Salami 1 in the house.
Yeah, Black Salami. 15 accounts of Black Salami in the house. Let's see who else we got as I scroll up. Christopher Sawa, how are you, brother? Let's see. Who also mentions a concert announcement, Jeff Tate performing Empire and Rage for Order in their entirety, 10/9/21, the Machine Shop in Flint, Michigan. That should be a great show. If you guys are over in Flint, you should check that out. Jeff Tate is terrific.
Thank you, Laz.
Music Therapy Laz. Thank you, brother. Yeah, Roxy's up in the trees. Do you hear her? Do you hear, for those following along, Music Therapy Laz's parakeet, Roxy, escaped the house, and she's apparently up in the trees outside. Let's see. Who else we got in the house? Destroyer in the house. Golly, I'm Gully in the house. And I will talk about David Ellefson. Don't worry. That will be a very strong topic today for many reasons. Thomas Santiago, Edwin Crane. How are you, brother? Good to see you. Mark Dillon, my bud. Let's see. Johnny, he didn't jack off on your face, did he? No? David Ellefson, not Christopher Sawa.
No, of course.
Good. Why'd you have to think about that so long? Well, he beat his dick on my cheek. Was that really jerking off on my face if he didn't give me a money shot? All right. We'll think about it. Nice family-friendly show on Tuesday nights, as always. Thrashmelon and Fun Rips in the house. Robot Master Switch. Let's see. Gargets Entertainment in the house. Kevin Coachella in the house. Richard Poole. How are you, Rich? Let's see. Leave a
thumbs up.
Yeah, just everyone leave a thumbs up. Thomas Santiago, we love you all, everybody. Even Black Salami. We love you all. One Pump Chump, Rumple Foreskin, Adventures Awaits, Crap Guitar Show, all Black Salami. Nell Dolly, Girth Brooks, all Black Salami. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
There you go.
Bo Bolware. Hey, man.
Majestic PB and J Cat in the house. Bo in the house. Who's on Facebook, Johnny?
We got Bo Bolware. We got Glenn LaFurman. Glenn.
Hey, famous photographer Glenn LaFurman. Say it right.
Well, he's my friend. So to me, he's Glenn.
Well, he's my friend too, but he's still, the famous Glenn LaFurman.
You guys, yeah. Check out Glenn LaFurman.
We're friends with well, go ahead.
Legendary rock and roll photographer. Go to glennlafurman.com. Check out his photos. He's got prints for sale. He took a lot of
very famous photos.
Very famous like Kramer ads, the Kramer ads for Edward Van Halen. He's got so much Van Halen stuff. It's insane. Just stuff you guys have never seen.
But want and need.
Yes. So go to glennlafurman.com, check him out, order a print or 2 or 3 or more.
Yeah. It's gift giving season. Memorial Day is a big gift giving holiday. So I expect a lot of Amazon credit from all our listeners. Let's see. Who else just popped in? Marky FX, how are you, brother?
Golly, I'm gully.
Golly, I'm golly.
Flop-de-doo.
All very cock related. All very cock related names.
How do you switch in between accounts like that so quick?
He's got like 15 laptops like spread across the table. He's like, jeez.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, so I don't know if I told you, Johnny, but I had a moth problem. I had they all flew out of my wallet, and so I had some moths in the house, and I'm like, geez, what do I do to get rid of them? And I find this thing on Amazon, and I look up moth deterrent, and I find these moth traps, and I get them in the mail the other day. I set them up, and I see, that, it's like a sticky board with bait on it. And I see like all of a sudden, like within a day, like, the moths have all like stuck to it. So I read the package and it says what it is. It's a female pheromone that attracts all the male moths. So all these horny male moths with boners are like, there's a chick out here. There's a chick out here. And they fly and they like, where are you? You're on here. Hey, I'm stuck by my boner. So all these male moths are stuck by their boners to this moth trap, this moth glue trap. And that there are some wife moths that they cheated on that are flying by, not attracted to the trap, unless the lesbian ones. And they're flying by and they're like, see, your dick got you in trouble again. See, this is what happens. And that's it. So there's a lot of horny female moths without mates. So Black Salami, if you want to take your tiny penis and, drive over here, I have a place for it.
Eduardo.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. Speaking of horny boners getting them in trouble, we might as well transition into the David Ellefson news.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. That's for those. Thumbnail. That's, I want a photo of Paul like on my nightstand. There's my buddy in a little frame, but I want that face. That's the face I want,
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess we're gonna get into it.
I mean, we gotta. For those following along, what was it? A week or 2 weeks ago, we talked about this. Okay, a couple of weeks ago, we talked about the initial news story. The initial news story first came out that David Ellefson is online video masturbating with a girl that could be underage, and he was accused of possibly grooming her to, to do that sort of thing as a minor. And Megadeth at that time put out a statement, okay, look, we're going to, stand by our band member right now. We're going to see what happens as the details comes out. We're not making any judgments, but we are on alert of this situation. So shortly after, the girl from this video, sexting exchange, or I guess live video masturbatory exchange, comes out publicly and says, hey, look, I'm of age. I'm not a minor. I'm 19. This was fully consensual between Dave and I. I made the mistake of showing it to one friend I thought I could trust. That friend put it out there, and now there is video of myself and him mutually masturbating on video. And I'm sorry, but the fact is he wasn't grooming me. It was fully consensual, and I'm of age. Story over, case closed. So that's where we thought it would pretty much die down. Enter yesterday Dave Mustaine of Megadeth, the owner of Megadeth, the owner of the name.
Mr. Megadeth himself.
Let me stop you right there, just because there are people who don't know this.
Go ahead.
Dave Ellefson and David Mustaine were clearly the founding partners in the Megadeth corporate entity up until David Ellefson left the band. When he came back to the band a few years back, he did so not as a managing partner in the corporation, but as a salaried employee. He did this by choice. So for the record, David Mustaine has always had David Ellefson as an employee during this tenure of Megadeth. And that's an important thing to note. They were never partners. He was always a hired gun, but he was a hired gun with the foundation name next to it. So Ellefson's involvement in Megadeth benefits nobody but Dave Mustaine.
Yeah, I want to.
His name being part of Megadeth is really only a benefit to Mustaine, and therein lies the true value of David Ellefson. By the way, I'm not minimizing David Ellefson. He's arguably one of the greatest, 2 or 3 greatest thrash bassists of all time. That said, he was never really part of Megadeth this time around. He was only a salaried employee whose name we all knew.
I want to actually expand on what you just said, Paulie, because I want to just give a timeline for like the masses from 1983 to about 2002. Dave Ellefson was partners with Dave Mustaine and Megadeth, so he had a share of the name, the royalties, the merch. He was a partner in the band as a founding member, holding the rights and whatnot. When he left in 2002, there was a big dispute over a lot of royalties, a lot of money owed for songwriting, and the name Megadeth itself. And mind you, right after he left, Dave Mustaine was going to do a solo album, but his record company said, you got to do it under the Megadeth name.
Same thing like what happened with Iommi and Black Sabbath.
Exactly what happened. And 2004, Mustaine releases what was going to be a solo record under Megadeth, and Ellefson says, well, wait a second, I have some rights to that Megadeth name too. And then a lawsuit started for song rights and whatnot. And it just was a lot of bad blood, because here's these two guys that for the while were the closest of friends. They were partners in the Megadeth business.
Were roommates for a while.
Yeah. And now huge bad blood over this lawsuit, which, by the way, Ellefson lost. He got dismissed.
Yeah.
Fast forward, Dave and him start talking friendly again in 2005, just over a Christmas dinner or something. And they're like, oh, we should still be friends. We're, blah, blah, blah. And then in 2010, the drummer of Megadeth says to Ellefson, hey, now would probably be the time. If you really want to fully heal wounds with Dave, you should probably give him a call. Now's probably the time. And was this when Dave was first battling cancer?
No, David, he had the alleged neurological issue with his arm that kept him from playing guitar. And
I thought he had cancer at one point too.
No, he does have cancer. He's dealing with it now, but that's only over the past couple of years. They mended fences, quote unquote, as friends originally, because both of them, legitimate or otherwise, found religion. And so that was sort of how they were allegedly bonding, was that they both found religion and they had become born again and different, and obviously trying to repent for past behaviors. And as we all know, in 12-step programs and stuff, making amends is part of the foundational a doctrine of that. And so they repaired their relationship. And when Dave Mustaine and David Ellefson started working again, it was under a contractual working agreement. Basically,
this is in 2010, by the way, for those that are keeping score.
This is now 11 years ago. And Ellefson came back, and they went through a couple of lineups. I mean, let's face it, Megadeth wasn't exactly doing fantastic business. As good as James Lomenzo was as a bass player, and make no mistake about it, he was fantastic in Megadeth. And he's a great bass player in every band he's ever been in. There is a viable cachet to the names. It's like, Aerosmith without Joe Perry. There's a chemistry thing there, but there's also a marketability thing there. And David Ellefson has marketability for Megadeth. So the idea that David Ellefson would rejoin Megadeth as a salaried employee, because Ellefson basically wanted to be able to do other things like F5 and the other thing that he did with, I think it's Frank Bello. I think it's Frank Bello, or Charlie Benante, one of the guys from Anthrax. And he wanted to be able to do other things and not be committed to the world of Megadeth, because Dave Mustaine, although I've never had this experience, is legendarily an asshole. That's his rap. That's who he is. And Ellefson didn't want to be attached to that. Well, there's a double-edged sword with that. There is, not only are you not attached to that, but you can also be kicked to the curb at the whim of Dave Mustaine. Prior to a couple of weeks ago, I don't know that really phased Ellefson, but there's an interesting thing. Did you read the statement that came from Megadeth?
Yes.
All right.
Actually, let me
read the statement, because there's a part of that. There's a part of that statement that is telling a story that is completely, I think, the real underlying result of why this is happening. Go ahead and read the statement.
Okay. And before I do, just real quick, and again, I have to emphasize what Paul said. Since 2010, Dave Mustaine is Megadeth. He runs it like a general of an army. What he says goes. He gets what he wants. Dave Ellefson was a hired gun at that point. No rights to the name, no rights to merch. No, you're a hired employee. Okay,
but remember, David Ellefson's participation in Megadeth is a salaried position from David Ellefson's standpoint. From David Mustaine's standpoint, having David Ellefson in Megadeth benefits the corporation.
Absolutely.
It's like having I don't know, Brett Favre on your team. There's a value to that name. There's a value to that. So I'm guessing Ellefson was probably making a higher salary than Lomenzo.
Sure, I would imagine.
But that said, Ellefson's name, I will tell you, Dave Mustaine and Dave Ellefson together in Megadeth has my interest. David Ellefson not being in Megadeth, I am infinitely less interested in the band today than I was yesterday. That's a fact.
I'm still interested because I love pretty much everything Megadeth does. But with that said, I absolutely agree with you. Megadeth is a lot better with Ellefson, no question. I mean, look, when you have the founding members that bring you to those heights, that says something. There's a reason we all know Megadeth, and Ellefson is one of them. For writing, for playing.
Let's take it to another level. Eddie needed Dave. John needed Paul. Mick needs Keith. Steven needs Joe. David needs David. Lars needs James. David needs David.
Yeah, I think so. But
I think David Ellefson not being in Megadeth makes Megadeth. It knocks them down a notch and makes them even less interesting. By the way, Megadeth is over for the most part. As a viable headlining band, they're over.
I don't know about that.
They're over. No, they really are. They're a festival band now. They're not a band that's going to be able to headline their own tours and fill hockey arenas. They're just not anymore.
We'll agree to disagree on that one. But with that said, let's go through the statement that that Mustaine put out as of yesterday. Under Megadeth letterhead, we are informing our fans that David Ellefson is no longer playing with Megadeth and that we are officially parting ways with him. We do not take this decision lightly. While we do not know every detail of what occurred with an already strained relationship, what has already been revealed now is enough to make working together impossible moving forward. We look forward to seeing our fans on the road this summer, and we cannot wait to share our brand new music with the world. It is almost complete. Signed, Dave Mustaine, Megadeth, May 24th, 2021. I mean,
already strained relationship.
I mean, here's the thing. Obviously, you know.
By the way, sorry, Johnny, could you bring up some tour dates? Show me where Megadeth is playing with Lamb of God and Tribune.
Okay. Yeah, I had that up, and then as soon as I hit it, it vanished into all this other stuff.
By the way, just zoom in there again for me. I'm sorry. Already, the thing is, the statement in the middle there, all right? With an already strained relationship, what has already been revealed now has been enough to make working together impossible. Something has been underlying amiss between David and David, because I love this. We are informing our fans. Dave Mustaine is informing our fans because everybody else is a hired gun in Megadeth. And already strained relationship means that Dave and Dave haven't been getting along for a while. It's probably just nothing more than a business relationship. My guess is that's part of the reason why the album isn't done or out. And I think this was just a convenient way for Mustaine to walk out and look like he has the moral high ground.
Good luck with that.
Well, I mean, Dave Mustaine has never had. And by the way, I've met both these guys several times because of what I do for a living. I'm parenthetical friends with Dave Ellefson's son Roman, who's a great kid. David Ellefson is a great guy, in my experience with him. Was he cranking one out with another chick online on a cam? Yeah. I don't know that everybody in the chat hasn't had that experience.
I'm having it right now as you guys are having that on the screen.
You mean with him?
Oh no, not with Ellefson.
Is that what you're saying?
No, one of the female members of our audience.
I mean, he made a bad judgment call,
which we've all done.
Yeah, we've all made bad decisions. Now, if the girl is underage, all bets are off.
But she's not.
But she's not. She's a consenting adult. There were two consenting adults doing something that was supposed to be private. That's got nothing. The only person that this really affects is David Ellefson's wife and his family. Those are the only people who are really affected by this. Mustaine is using this, as he is often wont to do, as an opportunity to better himself. He's an opportunist. It's what he does. His rap is that he's an asshole. I've never had that personal experience, but I believe this walking away from David Ellefson without this being, this isn't a Nick Cadney situation. This isn't a Twiggy Ramirez situation. This is a guy who got
Pee Wee Herman situation.
Yeah, it really is. On the scale of 1 to 10, this is closer to a 1 than it is to a 5. But for whatever reason, Mustaine is using it as an opportunity because, and I think that with an already strained relationship phrase being put in there, that is a little passive aggressive thing saying, hey, look, we haven't been getting along for a while. This is the straw that broke the camel's back.
I mean, I think there's a couple of things at work here. I mean, for starters, I mean, we all agree Mustaine is a control freak. I mean,
absolutely.
And it is his show. It is his band now, which it's his
right to do that.
I don't personally think it's right to have Ellefson as a hired gun, but apparently he did that to keep the friendship alive. He conceded to that. Okay, if that's what you guys agreed on, great, but he should still treat you with respect. The fact is, Dave would probably be, or Mustaine, I should say, would probably look at this as an embarrassment for the band. And that's like one thing that he doesn't like to tolerate is anyone making fun of Megadeth. And now, of course, you see all these memes, Megadeth bust in peace instead of rust in peace. And, Dave tells Ellefson to beat it. We all saw this coming. I mean, look, I admit it's funny stuff because, I'm twisted. But the fact is, if you're friends with someone as well as founding members, there should be an amount of respect in there and a matter of camaraderie enough to stick with them. If you feel your friend embarrassed the band, you already have him down a peg by keeping him as a hired gun. You probably should stick with him. You're making better music, ergo better profits with him there. And the jokes will pan out eventually. The fact is, look, we all love to masturbate. There's not anyone. If you are watching this show right now and you don't love to masturbate, hang up. Get off the air. Get off the chat. Get out. Don't watch this.
By the way,
we love to masturbate. We love to masturbate.
There's nothing wrong with masturbation. There's nothing
wrong with it. It's great.
There's nothing. And by the way, doctors will tell you it is a natural, healthy part of human development. Sometimes that health develops very strong hands and forearms. Sometimes you spend a little bit of time, too much time doing
Look at these guns.
And
look at these guns.
Sometimes,
Where do you think I got that? Where do you think that came from? Huh?
Let's see the other arm.
Yeah, the other arm's not as big.
Yeah, I've got Popeye forearms for a reason.
Yeah, I've got Pop Boner forearms. I'm gonna lube one up right now. So I'll rub one out as we're talking. Yeah.
All of that said, this is as we said weeks ago. This is a personal issue between David Ellefson, his wife, and his kids.
Bass player.
And he's made it. And he's made it. I don't think that it's going to do any damage. By the way, as I look at those,
do any damage.
Right. As I look at those tour dates, Johnny, the Germania Insurance Amphitheater is one of those outdoor amphitheaters that has about 6,000 reserve seats, and the rest is lawn. And if they fill those 6,000, I bet you they don't fill those 6,000 reserve seats, but there's a whole lot of lawn seats sold because they're cheap. The pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, 8,000 seater. Megadeth is not selling 10,000. And that, by the way, that's with Lamb of God and Trivium. I don't think they sell those places out. Megadeth is not what it used to be.
I mean, it's really to be fair, it's kind of hard to judge right now with COVID floating around because it's like,
but even before that,
stadiums are purposely doing like 30% capacity and stuff like that,
Yeah, Megadeth is still not Megadeth's not even Slipknot. Megadeth's not even,
it's not even Balloon Knot.
It's just not one of those. It's just not a band. And by the way, I say that as I own everything Megadeth's done. I actually like both Davids in this situation. I actually liked Marty Friedman when I met him 20-something years ago. I'm a huge fan of Megadeth, but I'm also a realist. I'm a realist, and the fact of the matter is Megadeth without David Ellefson is not as interesting as Megadeth with David Ellefson. That's a fact, and I guarantee you they sell less tickets now than they would have with Ellefson in the band.
Does the casual fan? That doesn't even matter.
I don't think Megadeth has casual fans anymore. That's the point. No, that's my point.
All the casual fans would be out on the lawn.
That's my point. Lamb of God has more fans right now than Megadeth.
Yeah.
That are concert-going fans. Remember, the guys that love Megadeth are 40, 50-plus-year-old guys that remember when Ellefson was in the band and they were doing Peace Cells and Rust in Peace. Rust in Peace is a 32-year-old record. Mm-hmm. That's twice the age of the kids that are going to see Lamb of God and Trivium.
Hey, Xander.
You know what I mean? And by the way, I love the band. I really do. But the casual fan doesn't care about Megadeth. To the casual fan, Megadeth is an old guy band. It's that.
Yeah. Well, here's a very, very casual fan. I just saw him. I recognized him and took a picture.
Was this right before you guys webcam together?
Johnny had Dave's dick beating across his cheek.
Wait, that's when I go to this one right here.
I am a
credit to Cobra Kai Platoon for the genius of that. Jesus Christ, that's so good. It's got really everyone on there.
Oh
It's
yeah.
got look at that again. I just got to see that again. It's got Wilfred Brimley. It's got Sad Ace.
Sad Ace is the great.
It's got David Crosby. Another controversial David. Wow, that's awesome. That's so awesome.
But I love Megadeth. I think they're a great band. I even like the stuff that is not popular, the post-cryptic writing stuff. They put out some pretty good records over the past 15, 20 years. But the majority of metal fans don't care. Megadeth is over. They're even less than Anthrax. And Anthrax is in the who really cares phase. And I love them, love those bands. I wish they were what they were, but they're not. They're just not.
They're like classic rock now. Even though it's not rock, classic metal. Classic thrash or whatever. That's where they are. So when they do those shows, they're the ones. Even though are they headlining that stuff or are they opening?
What that tour that they're showing? No, they're headlining.
They're headlining.
That's because they're it's. I guess they're the biggest name on that list. They're the most legacy name on that list. But Lamb of God are a more relevant band than Megadeth is today.
Mm-hmm.
And Trivium too. Those are both. That's kind of what happens. Remember when Van Halen opened for Black Sabbath in 1978? Black Sabbath was over. They were putting out Never Say Die. It was a shit record. They had just come off 2 shit records. It was oftentimes when a band is past their prime, they bring out hot shit openers to put asses in the seats because they can't sell the place out themselves. Fact.
Mm-hmm.
That's just business.
Yeah.
That doesn't take away from the quality of the music. It doesn't diminish my love for the band at all. But that's a reality check. The reality check is Megadeth is not massive business in 2021.
Yeah. Well, so how does this supposed leaked situation, how does this affect their tour coming up? Does it help it?
I don't know. I don't know that I think beating off on a video camera to an underage girl is a huge fucking problem. But the girl is not underage. And so if she's not underage, then it's no different than it's no different than Marv Albert wearing fucking female underwear or
yes.
6,
or who was the guy from Inside Edition? The guy that Pat what's his face that left the drunken messages on the chicks.
Yeah.
The answering machine. It's no different.
Yeah.
It's no different than any of that shit.
So there's still 3 months until these tour dates. Do you think they'll take them back right before the tour?
Look, if I were David Ellefson, there's 2 things. You ask yourself, do I have any better options? David Ellefson right now, his concern should be repairing his marriage and his family. Because that's the most important thing. When it's all said and done, his skills and his talent, and he runs a label. He owns Combat Records. He's got a management company. He's got a thing called the EMP Label Group. He's got businesses outside of Megadeth, which, by the way, could have been a problem for Dave Mustaine. Dave Mustaine may not have liked the idea that Dave Ellefson runs his own label, his own record company, and his own promotions and management, and wasn't promoting Megadeth. He was promoting these outside interests. That could very well have been part of that strained relationship that was in that
same type of music. Is it heavier music?
Yeah,
well,
some of it.
Combat. A lot of it's thrash and those type of things. You have to realize there's a couple of factors here also at work. We don't know where Ellefson's wife stands on this. She may, for all we know,
because it's not our fucking business.
Absolutely not. But I'm just devil's advocate here. She may not even care because she might be thinking like the rest of us, hey, look, you were on the road. You didn't cheat on me. I don't care if you look at porn or whatever, go on someone's OnlyFans to rub one out. I'd rather you do that than, go to a hooker or something. That may be her attitude for all we know. My point is, Dave Mustaine is a control freak. And make no mistake, I say that with a lot of love for Mustaine and his talent and his ability. But I'm just going on the behind the scenes thoughts of the fact is he has Ellefson on as a hired gun. He didn't bring him back full on where he probably should have. He has him as a hired gun. I think he should have stood by him. But whether it's embarrassment for the band, in, that he can't tolerate, or a personal little bitter feud, or a money thing that he doesn't want. Maybe Ellefson's behind the scenes saying, it really is fair that I get some of this, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what it is. None of us do. But the fact is, I really think that taking him out of there was a dick move, no matter what you're thinking,
I agree. I think it was a bad move. I think it's
And Johnny, to your question, I don't think it's helping the band when tour. I would rather see, and I know Paul would rather see, Ellefson in the band when we go see him in concert.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Well, I mean, this whole thing, let's just say, it could be just cooked up,
John,
right
when video gets released of me jerking off on ferrets, do you think that'll be a problem? Will you kick me off the channel? Will that be a thing, or as a non-hired gun?
That won't be the last straw, that one, but
because I think we've done worse on the air. So I'm just curious what the limits are of
Here's the thing. Ellefson he's got the EMP label group, which is the thing that he owns. He does business with Megaforce. He does business with Combat. He owns Combat Records. This is thing called E1 Distribution, which is a distributing company that does a lot of like video and multimedia stuff. He's got a coffee company. He's got a film production company. He's got a publishing company, a book publishing company. He's got a lot of
smart guy.
Yeah, he's divested a lot of his business interests in other things that I think Mustaine is like, hey man, what about me? What about Megadeth? Because all Mustaine has is Megadeth.
Mm-hmm.
That's his thing. It's like Jimmy Page with Zeppelin. You've got this thing. It's your legacy, and make no mistake about it. It's a great fucking legacy. Megadeth is a great fucking band, but they could have been a greater band, and they're a greater band when David Ellefson is in it. Megadeth is a better band when David Ellefson is in the band. And who brought it up? Mr. Hellstorm. Yeah. Metal Allegiance with Charlie Benante and Mike Portnoy is the other thing that I was talking about with David Ellefson. That band does well when it goes out on the road. People like it. People like Metal Allegiance. It's a big deal. Bent Tom. Jesus, man. Sorry about that. Sorry to hear you.
What do you mean you can't jerk off on air?
I think that, and by the way, Mustaine needs to look inside his own house because he's done some. I will tell you.
Oh, wow. Bent Tom. Jeez.
Yeah. I will tell you, Mustaine in 1995 made some fairly inappropriate comments in the presence of my ex-wife at the New Daisy Theater in Memphis. I was there. I watched it happen. He didn't know who she was or who she was with, but I witnessed it. So Dave needs to look inside his own house and realize that nobody, Dave Mustaine, nobody is perfect. And this, again, I will reiterate, is a personal instance of bad decision-making. And it may not have even been bad decision-making. Maybe David Ellefson and his wife have an agreement. Hey, when you're on the road, as long as you're not fucking anybody else, do your thing. This does do some damage to his personal relationships with his family. It certainly is going to damage David Ellefson's ministry because he does have a ministry. He is a preacher, and he does have a ministry at a church that he preaches at every week.
Yeah, and if you're a preacher, it's only acceptable if you're with young boys.
Right, exactly.
So not an of-age girl. So,
So there are certainly some bad decisions that were made here, but I believe that David Mustaine is making an equally bad decision and an opportunistic decision to get his name in the press. And it's interesting. Lars Ulrich once said to me, and I don't mean to drop it, but I'm going to say it anyway. During an interview, Lars Ulrich once said to me, there was a point where Dave Mustaine had said something bad about Metallica. And I said, hey, Dave said this about that. And Lars says, David who? And I said, Mustaine. He goes, oh, there must be a new Megadeth album coming out. And I was like, huh. He goes, you guys need to understand something. Every time we hear about Dave Mustaine being in Metallica, he was in Metallica for 11 months. And my dogs are going nuts. I got to figure out what that is. I'll be right back. But continue your rambling.
Well, go ahead, Johnny. You give me your thoughts on it.
Well, as far as Megadeth,
this is your only chance to talk, Johnny. You better get it in now.
As far as Megadeth, I could care less about any of it. But Bent Tom, man, I just want to say I'm very sorry, man. Very sorry, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I saw another one.
Let's welcome the great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmachi into the chat.
Jay. Yeah, and I saw another one here. False Flag. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, False Flag. Yeah, and let's just real quick. I'm just gonna touch on what Paulie was saying as far as Mustaine obviously has done very well with Megadeth, but Ellefson has been very, very smart with his money, which a lot of rock stars aren't. A lot of rock stars, they buy a mansion they can't afford. Then when the music doesn't, pay off the bills, they have to sell it. They spend it on Lamborghinis that they lose and they crash and blah, 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 blah. And, the fact is, I think personally, I think Mustaine is a little jealous of the success and the, diversity of his wealth that Ellefson has been able to build up. I mean, think about that. You're in a rock band, but you own all these companies too. That's a big deal, And Mustaine has you as a hired gun, but that hired gun might actually be making more money than you do totally. That's a little bit of jealousy. It's a little bit of control. I just think it's unfair to Ellefson, and I think it hurts the fans. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. If anything, it's because if you look at the all the comments, on Megadeth underneath, this, it's like most of them are talking about, we want Dave back.
I know I do. Paulie wants him back. I'm sure most of the fans would want him back. I don't think we as fans care that he was jerking off with some chick. So what? We all have our kinks. What does it matter? We like his music. That's the big thing. And let me tell you something. To his credit, coming back in 2010 to Megadeth as a hired gun, that's already just conceding to Mustaine, as a hired gun where you really deserve more. But with that said, also remember that to get real technical, Ellefson is a finger-plucking bass player. He purposely adjusted and changed his style to what Mustaine wanted in the band, which was a pick player. Someone who would play with a pick. It's a different style of playing that Ellefson had to, pivot to. Mm-hmm. And he did that for the good of the band because the music style was getting faster and heavier and a little more complex. And, that's another concession that he did for Mustaine. And here's Mustaine just basically kicking him out of the band. I think that's, not only a big mistake, I think that's really, really shitty. Mm-hmm. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for it. If this girl hadn't come forward and said, I'm of age, it was consensual. If there was still speculation that this girl could have been a minor, I understand. I totally get it. But the fact is, she's an adult. She came forward. She said it all. There should be no misunderstanding, but obviously there is some bad blood and it's come to the surface now.
False flag. Thank you, man.
Thank you, false flag.
Mustaine is such a delusional guy. Delusional guy. Menza, Friedman, Ellefson. This was 1990. Megadeth are irrelevant in 2021.
Look, I still love Megadeth,
Yeah.
and I give Mustaine every bit of credit he's due as an amazing writer, as a player, as a musician, as a frontman. I love Dave Mustaine talent-wise, you know. But look, in this situation, I really have to side with Ellefson.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's a cancel thing. I don't. Because you know what? Rock stars, come on, they fuck chicks backstage, you know, jizz on groupies' faces and leave. This isn't a cancel thing. This is Dave basically using it as an excuse to basically assert control and maybe save some money, you know, hiring someone that certainly would be paid less than Ellefson would be, even as a hired gun. But, you know, he's playing the moral high ground. Come on, there's no moral high ground needed. There's nothing. Yeah. There's no sin.
And Vistalite, that's what I was saying. It could all be cooked up because they've got this tour coming up. Could be.
I don't think so.
Could be. When did this all go down?
Well, like he threw him out of the band yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean, like the whole situation. When did that actually take place?
The actual masturbation?
Yeah.
I have to check my calendar because I was holding the camera at the time and I wasn't paying attention to what day it was.
You're in the Zoom call too?
Yeah. I mean, this was over the last year, the actual, you know, event took place, and it came to light a few weeks ago when we talked about it on air.
But still, it's just very convenient that it's right before a tour. You know,
I think it's inconvenient because the fans, I would guess an overwhelming majority, would want Ellefson on the tour. If I'm holding a ticket, all right, go to the chat. For the chat, question: if you have tickets to Megadeth, I want an honest survey here. If you have tickets to the newest Megadeth tour, and would you rather see it with Ellefson or someone else playing bass in the band? I'm curious because I know myself, and I'm sure I could speak for Paul, we'd rather go see it with one of the original writers, founding members, and arguably one of the greatest bass players out there.
I think all the original hardcore fans definitely would rather see it with him.
I would imagine. Why wouldn't you? He's a founding member. He was with them during all of their best albums. He's one of the two main writers.
I think
what a player.
I'm sure there's already what do you call it when somebody makes a
duty in their pants? Poopy?
What do you call it when
you shit your pants?
When you want something where
you have a wet fart that turns out to be a turd? What? What are you trying to say, Johnny?
I'm sure there's already fans that have made like the thing that you sign. You sign it, you know, because you want something to happen.
A petition?
Petition.
I don't think it matters. Dave Mustaine is a control freak, and he owns Megadeth. He is Megadeth. He does not care. If someone gave him 100,000 signatures and they said, we want him back, he'd be like, I don't give a fuck. It's my band. He's got bad blood with him. And by the way, for those that are questioning why they call him Junior, at one point, either I don't remember if it was like a store signing or something. Someone called Dave Ellefson Dave Jr. and Dave Mustaine Dave Sr. So since then, he's been known as Junior. Dave Mustaine calls him Junior. So that's where that comes from.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. Everyone is saying they want Ellefson in the band. I mean, what? Who wouldn't? Who the fuck wouldn't? And by the way, if you're watching and you're enjoying the conversation, please take a second, leave a thumbs up on the video. And if you're Black Salami, stop being a douche today. Take those thumbs off. Take those thumbs down off. Come on, man. Don't be a dick.
Or create more accounts and subscribe and leave more of them. That's fine.
No, don't. Don't be a dick. That's the bottom line. We welcome everybody until you're a dick. Then don't come in. So you're on thin ice. No, look, and Hellstorm says it best. Dave Mustaine is to Megadeth as Nikki Sixx is to Motley Crue. You're right. It's his band. It is. But I don't see Nikki pulling judgment, especially Nikki. I mean, no one was a bigger drug addict than Nikki. Nikki didn't hold against his fellow bandmates. You know, I mean, obviously there was bad blood with Vince Neil at one point where the band broke apart. But you know, I mean, that got resolved too.
Wow.
Yeah. So
yeah, I think it makes some nice news right before the tour. Everybody's saying it in the chat, and the numbers are dropping. I see it.
Oh Jesus Christ! If we have YouTube problems again tonight, I swear, unfucking-lievable.
Let me. Oh, look at that! We're losing them. Let me go to Twitter. Let me go to Twitter and see if this is happening everywhere.
Yeah, YouTube is screwing us again.
Or if is it Dave Mustaine? Dave Mustaine is involved.
Dave Mustaine is. Wouldn't it be funny if Black Salami instead of Michael, Black Salami was Dave Mustaine?
Let me check. Oh yeah, we just lost half of everybody. Let me look.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Twitter will tell me because
look at this.
YouTube.
Hey, Black Salami, before we go, fix those thumbs, please. I didn't know Mustaine was a stockholder in YouTube. Paulie, you know what you're missing? YouTube is going down again.
YouTube. What would it be called? Glitch?
Paulie, can you hear us? Paulie?
Hang on, still dealing with a tragedy. Hang on.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Latest.
Caleb Rappaport of Nerd Halen. Yeah, Black Salami, we know the show sucks, but don't leave thumbs down.
Oh, wait, now it's going back up now. It like dropped 20. And
holy shit, we just shot up like Knight Rider hit the turbo boost.
Salami is mustache. I wouldn't be surprised.
Mustaine, I said, you know, we
Mustaine.
Salami is Michael, but we would be funny if he was Dave Mustaine. No,
okay,
look,
now it's back up to 91 now. Yeah, I don't see anything on Twitter, but
it's a control issue bullshit. It's a money issue bullshit. There's no fucking real reason. This isn't Dave Mustaine standing up as cancel culture. This is rock and roll. This is thrash metal. It's metal. There's no canceling for sex in rock and roll.
There's no crying in metal.
There's no crying in metal. And there's certainly sex all over the place. So fuck it. Come on. You know, but
unless it's heavy crying.
But here's the question. Unless it's crying out, do it again, Daddy. Do it again. Oh. Yeah, crying out. Oh, Mancuda.
Crying out in the night for all the fallen men.
I won't be crying. When I think about you,
when you're crying in the rain.
No, look, at the end of the day, you know, look, they'll be looking for a new bass player, but, you know, especially after making a big show of this where, you know, hey, we've parted ways. Here's an official statement, blah, blah, blah. So I don't see Dave being welcoming to Junior back in the band at any time for any reason. I just don't. I think that's all she wrote.
If I were Junior, I'd tell Ellefson, I would tell Mustaine to go shit in a hat.
Absolutely. At this point, after that statement, I think that was the nail in the coffin of their friendship and their business. Now, as far as who can fill the slot, obviously not the bass player from Testament, whose name I forget. Obviously not Jason Newsted. So now you have an opening for a very good gig with a very tough boss. Go ahead. Who do you think?
Lomenzo. I think Lomenzo comes back.
It's very possible.
Somebody suggested Rob Nicholson, Blasco from Ozzy's band, but it was weird when the suggestion I saw said, of course Blasco's still in Ozzy's band, but he won't be for much longer, which I thought was a fucking horrible.
That is a terrible thing to say, man. That is.
By the way, I apologize for disappearing. My house almost just burned down. So, yeah, the dogs. You heard them going nuts about 15 minutes ago.
They started dabbing now, right?
No, the problem was I had chicken breast on the stove boiling for them, and I set that to start boiling for them at about 4:30-ish. It is now 6:30-ish. The water had all evaporated.
Oh, no.
And I could smell this weird smell that smelled like Lemmy had shit in the house. And then the dog started barking. I'm like, huh. So I walk out in the kitchen and there's just black smoke billowing through my kitchen. So I may have to go buy a new pot to boil food in, because it's got burnt chicken all to the bottom of it. Basically all the boiling water evaporated and the chicken was searing onto the
that
pan.
sucks. That sucks.
Yeah, you got to buy a new pan. You can't reuse that.
No, I can't. Even though it's Teflon, it's fucking ruined.
Yeah, especially Teflon.
But I was thinking of buying new pans anyway, so it kind of
cast iron, baby. Get into cast iron.
That's what everybody says. Cast iron.
Heavy metal.
You never actually have to wash it. It's seasoned.
Well, you put a little soap and water in it briefly, and that's it. But it won't take off your seasoning. But you don't do a Brillo or scrubbing it, or you let the oil build up and build. It gets better with age, and those things last forever. And food is healthier and tastes better in them. And I'll tell you something: if you want a steak, nothing is better than frying a steak in a cast iron pan. Nothing.
Yeah. Well, I'm right now. My house smells like seared chicken. And essentially what I did was I just cut all the burnt part stuff off of it and then chopped the rest of it all up and put it in a Tupperware bowl. The chicken is still good for the dogs to eat. I just had to cut the burnt parts off and soak the pan. So we'll see what happens. But my whole house now fucking smells like blanched chicken.
Oh, it smells like hot cock.
And then I came back here. You guys might have noticed I was just dabbing up a little bit here. I came back here and subsequently knocked over my water bottle. So it's been a fucking banner Tuesday night already.
And the show's just started. Wait, stick around.
So, hey, look, at least I'm not beating off on a webcam.
There's still time, Paulie. There's still time. We got an audience.
Wait till the show's over.
Yeah. No.
No, you mean, is that an after show invite?
Johnny's like, I got some free time. So
yeah, I just and it was it's time for me to get new pans anyway. These ones Arizona has awful water, and so if you do a lot of boiling, which I do, I boil a lot of eggs, I boil a lot of chicken breast, you get these white spots in the pan that you can't do anything about because it's the mineral deposits from the water. So it's time for me to get new pans anyway. But stank.
And by the way, let's give a welcome
in here right now.
Let's give a hello to Caleb Rappaport of Nerd Halen.
Hey, man.
Too bad you don't play bass, Caleb. I know an opening.
Joey Vera would be great, except for Armored Saint is a better band than Megadeth. So I would say if I were Joey Vera. Joey Vera already passed on the best bass opportunity he'll ever be offered. He passed on playing for Metallica years ago.
By the way, did you know Ellefson was twice considered for Metallica?
Yeah.
Once for the audience, I'm sure you know, but for the audience, right after Cliff Burton died, Ellefson was considered, and right after Newsted left, Ellefson was also considered.
There's an interview up on my webpage, neanderpaul.com. There's an interview up on my webpage.
Change Paul's lights. Change Paul's air conditioning.
Send me free shit. There's an interview.
I like Neanderthal.
I think from 2002 or 2003, where I think I mentioned that to David and David. I'll send you the picture. I know I have the picture of us together at the radio station I worked at in Sacramento, and I mentioned it to them. I don't know if it was on air or off air. That why wouldn't Ellefson go in there? Why wouldn't both of them go back and make Metallica a 5-piece? Because remember, this was during the time when they had mended fences during Some Kind of Monster. This was that period where Lars and James and Dave were all getting along. And so wouldn't it have been great if Lars and James and Dave had merged? And I think I even suggested this during the interview, that they merged, made Metallica a 5-piece. Of course, it worked out better because Trujillo is fucking legend. He's as good a guy
and he's just good. He's a better guy.
Yes, he's a better guy than he is a bass player, and he's one of the greatest bass players of all time. And he's an even better human being.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to work with him?
But at that time, we did suggest that during an interview. I'll send you the picture of us together where I suggested it. We all look real happy at that point.
Paul Rodriguez says my voice is out of sync with my video. Is that right? What's wrong?
I haven't seen that. No, it seems like everything seems like it's in. Unless you're doing that on purpose to be.
I mean, I was doing that for a second, but otherwise, I'm in sync from what I'm seeing.
No, everything seems okay. Yeah,
it looks good to me.
How good does it look, John? Are you going to start beating off? I'll be the first one in that controversy. You know it. Asking the chat, who do you guys think the best fill-in in Megadeth now would be? And remember, it's probably going to be a decent paying job, but you are working for a very dictatorial boss. Who do you think? Black Salami said Bruno Ravel. Bruno is a great Bruno is a great bass player. He's not a good thrash bass player. He's good in glam bands. He was good in Talus. He's good in Danger Danger. And Danger Danger, by the way, is his band. So he's not leaving that. So who do you guys think? Rena says Bobby Dahl. Come on, man. Seriously. Billy Sheehan, not a thrash player. Rudy Sarzo, amazing with hair metal. I don't think he's a thrash player, or maybe he could play. I don't know. I don't see it. Robert Trujillo would be the perfect fill-in, but he's already got a way better paying gig.
How are you guys not mentioning Tom Araya? Except for Tom Araya would beat the bag out of Mustaine.
I could see the bass slapping across the back of his head.
But I mean, Tom would be a great guy for the band, but fucking he would kill Mustaine.
Let's see. Rex Brown, Sandra says.
Sure, maybe.
That's possible.
Rex doesn't have anything to do.
Well, here's the thing. Does Rex Brown play with a pick? Because that's a requirement now.
I don't know if he does or doesn't.
That is a requirement now. Paulie would know this, Johnny. Who is the bass player of Testament? A finger picker.
Oh, fuck me. That's not.
Is that his name? Is that his name? He's French.
Yeah, that's not it.
No,
he's Asian.
Flick me.
Eric. Is it
Jablomi?
Is it Eric Peterson? Is that? Am I wrong? No,
that's the guitar player.
Peterson.
I met Eric Peterson.
I can't remember.
Peterson. Eric Brittingham. Black.
Greg something.
No, Greg's the original dude. I've met Greg.
All right, well then,
Greg Christian. Yeah, he's the original guy.
This was just in Blabbermouth.
He's not,
because he put out a statement that he wasn't joining in.
Steve DiGiorgio. No, he's a guitar player.
Hold on.
It's got to be Eric Peterson.
No, Peterson's the main.
He's the other guitar player.
Yeah. Oh, here's fun. This just in.
No, it's George. It's DiGiorgio.
This just in, by the way, breaking news. Former Judas Priest singer Tim Ripper Owens, has seemingly closed the door on the possibility of David Ellefson joining KK's Priest.
Who cares? Jesus Christ. KK's Priest is a fucking joke.
I thought that was Greg Christian, by the way, is who I was
Greg
thinking.
Is the original guy.
He's the old guy.
The current guy is Steve DiGiorgio.
Yeah, so Greg has just put out a statement basically saying, look, I'm not qualified for this gig because I'm a finger picker, and Dave requires a pick player. Mr. Hellstorm says it's going to be Lomenzo.
Yeah, it'll probably be Lomenzo.
Probably good chance. Probably
Lomenzo
good chance.
got along. He got along with. Look, Lomenzo. Think about some of the bands he's been in. Obviously, he played with Ozzy for a while. He was in Black Label Society. If you can deal with Zakk Wylde 24/7, you can deal with Dave Mustaine. Zakk Wylde is very difficult to deal with. Not in a negative sense, but Jesus, he never stops. He is intense to the intense level, and is just a fucking runaway bull in a china shop. If you can be in that environment, and you were in Megadeth for a good 8 years, Lomenzo would be the right guy.
Yeah, I think that's probably the likely odds-on favorite, especially with a tour coming up. When is that first tour date?
In the short term, it probably makes sense too. Even if he doesn't stay in the band, he does the tour with them because everybody's been off the road. Trust me, there's no dearth of bass players that are looking for a paycheck right now.
A couple more votes for Pantera's Rex Brown, Nikki Tedesco. A lot of people are thinking Rex Brown.
Well, again, Rex Brown would be a natural. Again, everybody wants a name. I don't know that Mustaine will take a name. I think Mustaine wants somebody that is comfortable being in the background.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to read some other candidates. Some of these guys must be in obscure bands because I haven't heard of them. Maybe you've heard of them though, Paulie. Let's see. We have let's see. What do we got here? Fagolf. Halada for China. I think I've heard.
Yeah.
Let's see. Willie Fistergash. Willie Fistergash would probably be just look great on an album cover. Yuri Gunt. Yuri would probably be good. Lomenzo, another vote for Lomenzo possibility. Let's see. Mike Hawk. Mike Hawk would be excellent. Sure. I don't think there's a bigger player than Mike Hawk.
Well, no.
Certainly my mother's a big fan of Mike Hawk.
You're thinking of Mike Hunhertz.
Mike
Hunhertz, German bass player. Yeah, Hunhertz. He's Norwegian, not German. He lived in Germany for a while, but
Jack Meoff, didn't he also get thrown out of a band for a similar reason to Ellefson?
Well, they tossed him for sure.
They definitely were tossing. Yeah. He definitely got beat. Let's see.
My fucking house stinks.
Gay boy toucher.
What?
Gay boy toucher.
Gabe Oy toucher.
Gay boy toucher. I think he's
still keeping. I think he's
keeping
kosher though.
He also has that's Goy Batucher.
Oh, my mistake.
Batucher Witz. Yeah. No. Gabe Oy-Toucher, he's also very religious. He's also a priest. He also has that as a sideline. Let's see. Amanda Zuckoff. That's another one. That's a possibility. Let's see. Elton Twats.
Eaton
Twats. I'm sorry. Eaton Twats. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's
I always
Welsh.
have a problem with those. I always have a problem with those Welsh names.
Yeah, he's Welsh.
Well, he eats Twats Welsh.
Yes,
he does. He does Welsh. Harry Wang. Harry Wang would be good, but I don't know. He's always caught up in something. He's
big in Japan.
Small in Japan. Not a very big showing actually. Dixie Wrecked, definitely a possibility. Eaton Beaver. Eaton Beaver is a favorite of mine. I love Eaton Beaver. Huge fan of Eaton Beaver. Absolutely. Jesus. Johnny, do you like Eaton Beaver?
Yeah. I vote for them.
My mom suddenly her ears perked up. What?
Does he like gefilte fish?
Oh, does he eat kosher?
Yeah. But all joking aside, Lomenzo is the obvious choice.
I think that's what it's going to be. I mean, we'll know soon. Johnny, when was that first tour date? I'm sorry.
August.
So we're coming down the line, you know. And again, if they hire someone else, he's going to have to learn all the songs too pretty quick.
Yeah.
And some of those are pretty complex.
Yep.
So,
oh, they would get somebody that knows stuff. They, all these bands, they'd look into any tribute groups.
Didn't even occur to me. Joey DeMeo.
Gene Simmons will do the gig for
a nominal fee.
That's right, a nominal fee. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, it just occurred to me. What about Joey DeMeo?
What about Joey DeMeo? He's delicious with turkey on rye.
Joseph DeMeo.
Kenny Dave says, Mancuda needs to break out one of his basses and audition. Kenny Dave, funny you should mention that, because today's show and tell guitar happens to be a bass in honor of Dave, of Junior.
My guess is it's a Bobby Dahl bass.
I'm not going to say who it is.
I bet it's a Bobby Dahl bass or a Bruno Ravel.
You never know.
Or a Squire.
Or a Squire. Let's see. Johnny Lee Middleton. Johnny Lee Middleton.
I don't think it's going to be a name. I just don't think Mustaine wants to pay what a name would charge. There's some of these guys that have names, and Lomenzo is a big enough name, but a small enough ego.
Well, he knows the deal already. He knows who's boss. He's
right.
Been there with this.
Right.
Dana Strom, Jeff Pilson. These guys aren't playing in that style. Although I have to say, Dana can play hard. He can play fast. They're going to get not to though.
They're going to get somebody way younger than those dudes.
Yeah, they're going to get somebody that Dave Mustaine can
boss around.
Not only that, but he can
undercharge.
He can pull the I'm Dave Mustaine, legendary guitar player, thrash guitar player, and I'm giving you an opportunity to be in a band with me.
There's plenty of thrash basses out there that'll do this.
There are kids out there that'll be like, jump into a band with Dave Mustaine to say that they played in a band with Dave Mustaine.
Oh,
meanwhile, the band itself is not massive, but Dave is a legend.
You can't deny it. Look,
right, wrong, or different.
All of us love Megadeth. All of us love the work.
Yep. Yeah, I've got a lot of Megadeth stuff. I fucking love the band. I have the original Combat. Killing Is My Business. It sounds like shit because they snorted their entire advance.
Popped and hissed all over the place, but I
gross.
love it. I love the music, but it really does sound raw. When
it's a piece of shit.
Yeah, when you talk raw garage days, take a listen to Killing Is My Business and Business
awful.
Is Good.
Just an awful sounding record.
Great music.
Yeah, but
production.
It sounds like it was recorded. It was recorded at the bottom of the fucking boiling water pot that I just.
Yeah, pumped. It's not a Jay Hannon production by far. It's not. It's not something that you would bring with you to test the fidelity of your new home stereo system. It sounds like a demo. It really sounds like a demo.
Yes. It really does have that
raw.
It's got that. It almost sounds like a hardcore, like the old Beastie Boys, Pollywog Stew, like all that shit.
Fruitcake Tony guesses the bass today is one of Jerry Dixon's. You never know, man.
Maybe
we will find out later in the show.
Mustaine is a bigger legend than he is in reality. Everybody thinks of Dave Mustaine. Oh, Megadeth. You mean the guy that was in Metallica? Again, to quote Lars Ulrich.
Dave
was in the band for 11 months. Dave Mustaine. Yeah. He was in our band for 11 months.
Yeah, that's just Lars being a dick.
I'll find the interview. I'll post the link in the. It's such a kick in the balls.
Yeah, that's Lars being Lars. No matter how bossy Mustaine may be, Lars is just a dick. I mean, really a dick.
No doubt about it.
Yeah. Speaking of the taste of dick, if you want to wash that out of your mouth, Bang energy drink. Delicious Bang Energy drink. Get that taste of dick out of your mouth. Mom, are you watching? Get that taste of dick out of your mouth. Don't want to taste like the postman.
This was
much better than jizz. Bang Energy drink. Yeah.
2004, Game 7 of the ALCS. I'm in Philadelphia broadcasting at a Metallica show, and I'm here's the thumbnail of it. I'll put the link in the chat. This time, it's the night of Game 7 of the ALCS between the Red Sox and Yankees. All day, we're screwing around with the Metallica guys. It was Lars' turn. Lars can hang and just obliterates Dave Mustaine. I'll put it in the chat. Here's your link if you want to hear Lars Ulrich fucking tear Dave Mustaine a new ass.
Now batting for New York Yankees.
Yeah.
Number 35.
So there you go. There's your link if you want to hear Lars.
Definitely worth it if you haven't already.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. He was in our band for 11 months. Oh shit.
Yeah. That's just fucked. That's just fucked.
It was a huge kick in the nuts.
And again, Mustaine could probably go back and say something like, well, all the chicks backstage were going for me and none of them wanted to touch Lars. So, it was a jealousy thing. And, I felt bad for him,
it's an interesting one there. Christopher Soa, I hope I pronounced your name properly. Chris Wise, spelled W-Y-S-E, by the way. Chris was in the Cult for a while. He's a very good bass player. I don't know that he's a Megadeth bass player. He's a really good bass player. I like Chris Wise's playing a lot. He was excellent in the Cult. And I think he still does play with the Cult. I could be wrong.
So, and this is another example, like, just like you're saying now, Paulie, people in the chat have pulled out Rudy Sarzo and Billy Sheehan. These are great bass players, but they're not thrash bass players. It's a different style with different needs. It's way harder. Like I said, Dana Strum, he can play hard, but, again, he owns Slaughter pretty much. So, he's enjoying that this is not his gig.
No, and they're going to get somebody that's 15, 20 years younger than them.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, yeah.
No, guaranteed.
If Mudvayne hadn't reunited, Ryan from Mudvayne would probably have been a good bass player. But
he has that ability.
But he's a finger picker.
That knocks him out. Mustaine won't deal with that.
Right.
Thank you, False Flag, spending all that money.
Thank you, man.
Johnny's racking it. We've, by the way, paid for the show for the next 5 years. Just so you know.
Just to confirm, Rex Brown does play with a pick.
False Flag says it all. Dave goes from BC Rich to Jackson to ESP to Dean to Gibson. It's all about money. Listen, how many times have you seen this ad of Paul Stanley? I finally found the best that there ever was.
Yeah.
This was the best one. I've been looking forever for the best playing guitar ever. Now I finally found it. Washburn. Oh, wait, no. BC Rich, no. Ibanez. I'm back to Ibanez because I missed them. They were the best. I didn't even realize I left them until I tried all those other brands, but they're the best. Wait, how much money are you offering? Yeah.
And then he smashes it at the end of the night.
I'll do it all for the fans.
Right, Dan Zimmerman?
Yeah, he's got all those scored Ibanez Icemans backstage, ready for smashing. Black Salami says Dave went to Gibson. That's where artists go to die. Can't deny that, man. You can't deny that.
A lot of them do, yeah.
Let me point something out. Slash went to Gibson and put out signature models because he's getting paid. What does Slash actually play on stage by choice? BC Rich custom shop bitches. He doesn't get paid for that. That's not an endorsement. And his most favorite guitar, replica of a Gibson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. True. Yeah. What brand do you guys in the chat like Dave playing guitar wise? I thought he was best with Jackson.
Jackson.
Yeah, and BC Rich is a close second, but Jackson was the one for me with him. Those Jackson V's, I will always associate him with that. As much as I love, in the early days, he was playing old BC Rich bitches, and as someone who loves those big time, I can't agree more that they're great. But I absolutely associate Mustaine with those Jackson V's, which are also great guitars.
Yeah.
Let's see. In the chat, I'm seeing Dean, Jackson, BC Rich Bitch, King V. That's a Jackson. Yeah, I mean, I'm the majority. CK wants to know how Mustaine retained all his long locks after cancer.
Well, it's throat cancer.
I don't know.
And I don't know that. I don't know whatever the intensity of the radiation was, or I don't know if he got radiation or chemo, but either one of them is going to cause you to lose hair.
I don't know. I mean, he may enhance his hair. That's all good.
Yeah,
a lot of rockers do it. I don't care if I don't care what his hair looks like. I care how he plays.
Well, here's the thing. Writes. You would never know that Dave Mustaine has cancer because he never removes his lower jaw from his upper jaw. When he's singing, all he does is gritted teeth.
What do you mean I can't be the president of the United States of America?
Yeah,
it's still the people, right?
He never removes. To sing like Dave Mustaine, all you have to do is just keep your teeth clenched.
Try it, Johnny. Give him Megadeth line. Give him Megadeth line clenched. Try it.
I don't know.
Johnny's clenching. No, Johnny's clenching his butt cheeks. He's like, "What do you mean I can't be the president of the United States?"
Oh, no, that's.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh. But his butt does look firm and masculine.
Firm, yes, it does look tight.
Mm-hmm. You know, Johnny, I'm single now.
You know, buttocks and muscles.
Oh, but donk, Mr. Beane.
Man.
Oh, my mom. God bless her.
Your mother.
My mother.
Your mother.
Mother. Who I love dearly. And thank you again. Every week I get messages from my mom. I get things for my mom. I just, again, have to take the time to extend to the audience my deepest and serious heartfelt thanks for your thoughts and prayers as my mother goes through this health crisis. So thank you, everybody. She loves all of you. So thank you. Much love to all of you. Thank you.
She loves all of you. She doesn't love John.
No, I'm not in there. I'm not. I get a call. Ma, how you doing today? How you feeling? Terrible. But I want you to know how much I love your audience. They're all so sweet.
Such nice people.
Sandra Picorni, what a sweet girl. Oh, thanks, Ma. I'm nice too. I'm nice too.
Nope. John, you remind me of your father. He was a disappointment.
Oh, he always thought you were a disappointment. So you're carrying on quite a legacy, John.
Why do you still wear pink hats, John? It didn't help.
I don't think you look attractive in those. In fact, I think you should even get a nose job, maybe.
You do look a little Jewy.
Yeah. Yeah, Black Salami, don't send my mom a cucumber. Go over and give her the real deal. It's my mom. It's my mom. Don't send a sex toy to my mother. You fuck her good. You give it to her the real deal. She deserves it. She gave me life. She's my mom.
Hello, Mrs. Mancuda. Hello, Mrs. Mancuda.
It's my mom, man.
Michael wants to know if you're free tonight. Michael?
Also, yeah. He'll start rapping off all his other names.
Yes, Michael Warhorlak. Yeah. He's a troll. Yeah.
Oh, does he have warts on his pee-pee and live under a bridge?
Goes under the screen name. Anytime you see something witty from Black Salami, it's a mistake, but that's the guy you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
That's not that mean person that left you all those thumbs down.
Small penis, I can only assume so.
Mm. Mm-hmm. It's compensating.
All right, cool. Really?
I'll still take it though.
No.
I'm desperate and horny.
All right. Well, I'll certainly let him know. Thank you. She says she wouldn't fuck you with John's dick and Johnny pushing.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, that's because Johnny's not very strong. He can't push deep enough. And John's dick is this big. I didn't say that on the air, but John's dick he's got his father's penis. Very disappointing. His whole side of the family. Yeah, but if anyone wants to fuck my mother, don't talk about, cucumbers. It's very disrespectful. Give her the real deal because my mom deserves it. My mom is my heart. I love her.
Yeah, and make sure you have a truss belt attached to your ass with the cable attached to the winch in the front end of a Jeep. Just in case you take a dive too far. He's inside. He sees the AS and the arrow.
Pinocchio!
It's a. Oh look! Ani Saknussemm has been here.
Journey to the center of her
Mancuda's cooter. Love you too, Mike.
Yeah,
Gertrude. You'd appreciate that.
Gertrude flying in her vagina.
Vistalite, that's the guy I was talking about, Ryan from Mudvayne. That'd be the guy that would be a good guy, but he plays with his fingers. Kind of like Mancuda's mom.
I was about to say, maybe I should try for that band, but I play with my fingers. Yeah, no, Sandra says, let's see some Mancuda voodoo. Yeah, baby.
Oh, it's a doll request. She's looking for the there you go.
It's David Crosby time, baby. Let's see. David Crosby.
By the way, I would like. I'm going to point this out. You guys may not have tuned into Fruitcake Tony's channel at some point, and far be it for me to promote somebody else during Johnny Bean's show. But Fruitcake Tony has a channel. Yeah, Fruitcake Tony has a channel. Sandra Picorni has quite a set of pipes.
There's so many jokes.
She's got a set of pipes there. Yeah, she's got a good set of pipes on her.
Sandra's got a good everything. She's the ideal woman. She's married.
Woman. John, she's married.
That doesn't mean I'm going after her.
I think she's married.
She's married.
I thought she was married.
That doesn't mean I'm going after her. It just means I admire her, respect her, and love her dearly. There you go.
And yet I didn't hear the song yet.
And I envy her husband. So there you go. Anyway, so let's see. What pain shall we give David Crosby to take out our frustration of the other David's situation today?
Well, you should jerk off all over him.
He does that regularly. In fact, I visited the journey to the center of his anus.
It says AS underneath on his taint.
Anal Saknussemm. Yeah, Saknussemm named after his sack.
Well, David Crosby, what do you think of Megadeth?
I like Mustaine, not Ellefson.
Oh, that's gonna get you some pain here. How about one right in your fucking eye? Because you obviously can't see shit. What's going on?
Oh!
And how about one right in your grundle?
Not the grundle. Always the. Damn you, Mancuda! Now you're doing what Ellefson did on camera.
There you go. Curse you, David Crosby. A voodoo hex on your grundle. Jeez.
Meh. 17 out of 18 of those thumbs down are me.
I'll bet.
Megadeth.
Nice.
Cobra Kai platoon. You heard that. Megadeth.
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 That's funny. That's pretty good.
That is funny.
Johnny, you certainly didn't write that. Somebody texted that to you, right?
No,
That's okay.
no, that's
Where was that? Where was that prolific writing style when you were living with Desmond Child?
Johnny should have been writing for Bon Jovi.
You never know.
Shot in the grundle and you're to blame.
Oh no.
You don't know me.
Meh, she's a little runaway.
Lay your hands on me. Lay your hands on me.
Your love is like bad medicine.
Oh boy, we haven't done that in a while. We haven't had one of those moments where we just rip on songs.
I know it feels good, don't it?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Now we're all trying to brainstorm. All right, what Bon Jovi songs were out there?
Jim Carmichael.
Carmichael.
I'm king of the mountain. That's a 7800 Fahrenheit deep track for you.
I'm trying to think like what other.
There's no really good any hits that people would know. That's the problem. Bon Jovi, as much as I like them, I find them incredibly overrated.
See, I'm the opposite. If I could belong to one band in the 80s, I've said on the show before, it would be Bon Jovi. Because in the 80s, they were ruling glam. They really were. And if you wanted chicks, Bon Jovi concert, holy shit. And worldwide, 5-year worldwide tour.
They were massive. I mean, it was who had hotter chicks at shows, Bon Jovi or Def Leppard,
or Poison,
and it really didn't matter which show you were at. I mean, it was whatever band you were seeing at that night. You just walk around the hockey arena, during the opening band because, but you'd walk around the hockey arena looking for T-shirts and beers and all that stuff and scoping out chicks, and you'd be like, oh my god, you'd be like, this is the greatest assemblage of ass I've ever seen in my life, and then Def Leppard would come 2 months later and you'd walk around and go, fuck what I said at the Bon Jovi show. This Def Leppard show is ridiculous. Then you'd go to a club and see Poison and you'd be like, Jesus Christ, they're all here tonight. Every one of them is here tonight. And then 3 weeks later, it'd be Slaughter. And you'd be like, fuck me. This is ridiculous. Yeah. You know who had the best looking chicks in any show that I've ever seen in my life? Nelson.
Oh, absolutely.
Who would have thought?
I never saw them live, but I knew a lot of girls that liked the Nelson twins.
Ridiculous, the amount of chicks that were at their shows. It was, and you kids don't even know what it was like to be every night in whatever city you were in, major city you were in, different night, different club had their metal night. So Monday it was one bar, Tuesday it was another bar, Wednesday it was another bar.
Yep.
And you just did the circuit around for a week. And then by that time, and by the way, they did their metal nights during weeknights. It was never on a weekend because they knew that they could get, everybody would go out on a weekend anyway. So they would get you on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where, Sunday afternoon was the marquee. The afternoon show was all the thrash bands because they were usually all ages shows and thrash kids were only 15 at the time. You weren't a whole lot of people back in the 80s who were over 18 that were into thrash because it was still new.
And girls didn't want to come out until late at night, so they played the thrash during the day.
Yes, there were all these matinee shows.
Because you went to an Anthrax show and you're like, all right, where's the chicks? And an hour later you're like,
yep, I got really drunk. That's the story. The story I always tell about the Motorhead show was getting drunk with Lemmy and Wurzel. Why wasn't I trying to find chicks? Because I was at a Motorhead show. That's why.
Yeah, chicks weren't looking at Motorhead and didn't
not till like 1988, 89. Motorhead was not a thing. They didn't become a fashionable thing until the late 80s.
Yeah, much later. And then it was just one of those really cool
nostalgia thing.
Yeah.
It was not nostalgia.
Well, not nostalgia. I mean, they were legendary. I mean, they're iconic by then. They're old school metal. They're old school metal.
You were doing it for the glory and the experience, not because you really cared about the band.
Yeah, which sucks. But you know what? Lemmy didn't care. He got more ass than a toilet seat anyway.
Yep, he did fine. He did one of the ugliest guys ever, and yet charming as fuck.
He was the Ron Jeremy of metal.
He was charming as fuck. He could charm the pants off any girl he wanted to,
and he did.
Yeah.
God bless him.
Yep.
Rock in peace.
No, Vinny is a chick. False Flag. Not was, is now. He's transitioning. He's transitioning to become Ileana Douglas.
And by the way, Vinnie Vincent, we might as well talk about this since False Flag brought him up. Vinnie Vincent came out, excuse the pun. Vinnie Vincent came out and made a public statement the other day announcing, get ready for this, new music coming from him in, Johnny drumroll. You had one job. 12 to 18 months. Yeah, that's the accurate applause, by the way. Just because here's the fact. Vinny put out his EP Euphoria in 1996. He's had 3 decades to finish what he said he was starting then, which was the full album of Guitarmageddon, supposedly his magnum opus, his big project, the culmination of his career, his swan song, the jewel, the diamond of his career. And yet, here we are, and he makes this announcement 30 years later, basically saying, or well, let's see, 96, not exactly 30 years later. What, 25 years later, technically? 20, no, wait. 1996. Yeah, fucking 30 years later. Right? No, 96, 2006, 2016 to, so wait, so 25 years. 25 years, I'm sorry. Or 26 years?
Jean-Pierre.
No. One of
Can
us has to
somebody
be
add?
smart enough to figure out math.
Sandra.
I'm just looking at that turkey neck
photo?
underneath, that turkey neck in the wig.
I swear, it looks like my ball sack dangling down, which also is appropriate because it's on his chin. But no, here's the thing. Vinny has been promising this album since 1996, and he's saying, I have been working on it for 3 decades. 3 fucking decades I've been working on this Guitarmageddon album, the greatest album of my career, the biggest thing I've ever done, the most complicated, incredible masterpiece. Thank you, Circus Lizard. 25 years. Still counts as 3 decades. But he's finally announcing, and here's the fun part of it. He made this public announcement saying that in 18 months he think it'll be done. He's still mixing it now. All these years later, why even make the fucking announcement? So wait, you're 1 to 2 years away from this fucking stupid thing being done? What the fuck? It's bad enough you don't show up for all the things you have in your Halloween party that you don't show up for. You have your birthday bash, you cancel that, or 3 people show up. Come on, Vinny. And I love his work. I really, you all know, I love Vinnie Vincent's work. His guitar playing, his Vinnie Vincent Invasion, I thought was brilliant. I loved it. I loved him in Kiss. But holy fuck. You're telling me you're making an announcement 2 fucking years in advance for a project that should have been done 30 fucking years ago, and it's not even done. You're first mixing it and thinking, what the fuck have you been doing? What are you doing now? What are you even thinking?
I don't care. I mean, and I don't believe that I'm
Alone in that?
Yeah, I don't think I'm on an island in that situation. I don't, Vinnie Vincent is truly an afterthought in the overall. Here are the 2 things Vinnie Vincent is famous for: A, not being Ace Frehley, and B, being the guy that was where all the guys from Slaughter came from. That's what Vinnie Vincent is known for. Outside
Well, he also, to be fair, he also saved Kiss. And I mean that, I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
We know that, but the majority of people just go, "Oh, that's the guy that's not Ace Frehley."
That's true.
Vinnie Vincent.
That'll give you.
The casual fan has no idea how many songs Vinnie Vincent wrote for Kiss. The casual fan has no clue. He wrote half the shit on Creatures of the Night too, which to me, Creatures of the Night and Revenge might be the two best quote unquote modern Kiss records outside of the original four.
It's great stuff.
Those are. I mean, he wrote some amazing shit. Most people don't know that. Vinnie Vincent is known amongst the masses as not Ace Frehley, and that was the guy that all the guys from Slaughter was in a band with.
Well, actually, Crazy Cook 678 makes a good point. He makes a mean potato salad. Those that showed up for his Christmas bash, all 20-something of them, all raved about the potato salad that Vinny admitted he made himself. Now, I'm concerned about that because I don't know how he gets it so creamy. But I will say that he was well known for that potato salad that night. Black Salami brings up a good point. When you think of Vinnie Vincent, you think of songwriter.
No,
That's
you don't.
true. Well, no, hold on. I think he was a good songwriter.
You do.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Because I know Kiss. Your general population does not think of him that way. All right, good point.
Vinnie Vincent really is a third-tier guy.
Oh, for sure.
He was never Yngwie. He was never Tony McAlpine from a shredding standpoint.
Mm-hmm. He was never Bruce Kulick as an accomplished player.
Right. His one, and Mr. Hellstorm brings up, not the best dog watcher. You're right.
Hi, Mr. Vincent. This is Marjorie from PETA. It's time for your inspection. Are you home today?
His one quote unquote pseudo hit was "Love Kills" from a soundtrack. You know what I mean? From it Freddy Nightmare or one of the fucking
Yeah, it was Nightmare on Elm Street
or one of those.
No, it was Nightmare on Elm Street. I want to say 3.
Whatever. Point being, that was the closest thing he had to a hit as a solo artist. He wrote great songs for Kiss. Yeah. Kiss, but here's the thing: just having a great song is fantastic. When you listen to the original version of Little Susie from PhD, you go, well, that's no good. But then you hear the Tesla version, you go, well, that's fantastic. Mm-hmm. A good song is one thing, but you got to be able to execute it. And Vinnie Vincent has never been able to execute a good song in his life. If he were anywhere near the amount of press that he gets on places like Blabbermouth and Louder, whatever, I don't even remember the name of the website.
Metal Wani, Metal Sludge, Loudwire,
Ultimate Classic Rock.
Yeah, all those guys all give him a whole lot more press and space than he's ever earned.
I mean, look, I'll say I love the 2 Vinnie Vincent Invasion albums.
I do
really
too.
love those.
I have them both. I love them. I love the stuff he did with Kiss. But again, it's the difference between being a fan and their real public accomplishment, their achievement, the thing that people really know them for. For example, we all love guys like Billy Sheehan and Steve Vai. The masses don't. The masses don't even know their names.
Well, they'll know Eddie Van Halen. They wouldn't know Steve Vai.
That's my point. And Vinnie Vincent has never been anywhere close to that level in the public eye.
Of public recognition. You're right.
Yeah, it's amazing to watch how much press a guy who hasn't done anything relevant since giving birth to the band Slaughter, because that's the last relevant thing Vinnie Vincent did, was he was the guy that all the guys from Slaughter badmouthed.
Well, I hear he's also going on Shark Tank to push his new invention, the Tupperware for dogs. He's also doing that. So that was another thing he's gotten well exposured in the news for.
He was a great songwriter in Kiss. He was not the right guitar player for Kiss. He played 1,000,000 miles an hour. They knew he was not the right guitar player for Kiss. He's got talent. He's got talent, but he's nowhere near as talented as his. He's a guy that really benefits from a lot of great press that he hasn't earned. And good for him. More power to him.
Johnny, post Black Salami's comment, please.
Oh, the weird ant.
Yeah, I like that. I like the one that cracked me up just now.
Yeah,
that one.
There you go. Yeah, that's the one.
He looks like Ileana Douglas, only less feminine.
Yeah, and make no mistake, you guys all know I'm a big advocate for freedom of being who you are.
Oh yeah, no, let him do his thing.
All that. I just want to be very clear. This is not why I'm mouthing on Vinny right now. The fact is, look, he's ripped off a lot of fans, and that is always stuck in my craw in a dark place. And he loves to talk a good game, and yet he doesn't. Come out and put out the product. Even right now, 2 years out from a fucking 30-year thing that's not done yet. Why even come out and say anything?
He is an Yngwie level ego with a Michelangelo level catalog.
Ouch. And I'm not saying you're wrong. It just hurts. It really hurts.
I like him.
I like him too.
I like the Vinnie Vincent records. I really do.
I love him.
He's just not the kind of guy that people are going, oh shit, let's count down when the new Vinnie Vincent record. Like nobody has stayed up late on a Monday night waiting for the midnight CD sale at Tower Records to buy a Vinnie Vincent record.
Yeah, no.
Nobody is anxiously awaiting the new Vinnie Vincent. Like when Jason Becker put out a new record, people are like, oh, cool, Jason's putting out a new record. Nobody has ever said the words, oh, cool, Vinny's putting out a new record.
But here's the deal. Jason is the exact opposite of Vinny.
Exactly.
Jason is super, super humble and an incredible ability
and
of writing
better
and playing.
Guitar player.
Yeah, 100 times better. And Vinny is all mouth and bragging, but doesn't deliver the goods. That's the problem. And look, like I said, I love his work, but not as much as he does. Not as much as he does.
He's the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah, well, he's crying it again because 12 to 18 months, I'm still mixing stuff. What in the fuck are you mixing? Go mix some cake batter. What are you doing? What are you doing? Jesus Christ, we'll be lucky to see him alive with the amount of time he's taken. He'll be into his 80s, 90s, 100. Who knows?
I'm not holding out. It's funny, like when I see a new album from a certain band, like for example, when I see a new album from Lynch Mob, I'm like, oh, cool, new Lynch Mob, cool, yeah. I'll grab that. If I see a new album from Vinnie Vincent, I'm like, I'll wait for a used copy.
Well, you try to remember, like, is this one I have that I bought in the 90s or one he promised would be out in the 90s that is just coming out now?
Here's the thing. I have made it very clear. I am a huge Ace Frehley fan. Love Ace Frehley. Own all of his stuff. Think he's fucking awesome.
He's a legend.
But he's nowhere near the player, technically, of Vinnie Vincent. 10 times the songwriter. And God love him.
Different styles.
God love him. Awful singing voice, but he owns it. It's great.
Sure.
I love Ace Frehley. Even Ace Frehley is a non-factor overall. The people that love Ace Frehley go, oh, Ace has a new album out, and they buy it. The masses see Ace Frehley and go, oh, yeah, that's the old guy that used to be in Kiss. And just go, they go past it. So if people are looking past Ace Frehley records, when he puts out his records, imagine the collective yawn when Vinnie Vincent unleashes his masterpiece on the world.
It's the same yawn that I hear when I unleash my cock out of my zipper. That type of excitement of the masses. Oh, John, you're embarrassing us again.
I don't think there's a yawn. I mean, I don't think anybody knows who Vinnie Vincent is. I mean, only
a yawn would be a fucking monumental achievement.
But I'm sure there's those major Kiss fans that are the huge collectors.
But we're here, Paulie and I. We're Kiss Army.
But no, the guys that like have their entire room. I've known these guys actually years ago. The guys that their entire rooms are nothing but Kiss stuff. You know?
I know
Those guys.
They're still in mom's basement. Oh boy, I got.
And those-
This is
and
my 371st Paul Stanley patch of his face. And honey, when the mom, I'm busy. Are you masturbating, dear? Not now, mom.
The funny thing about it is, I usually will buy any output from a member of Kiss. Normally, I've got Eric Carr's. I've got Eric Carr's solo record. I've got all of Peter Criss's solo stuff, including the shitty '70s records that came out. I don't give a fuck about a new Vinnie Vincent record right now. Couldn't care less. I really don't. I don't care.
I will buy it.
Don't care.
I will buy it because I like his work. It's just for fuck's sake already. Just come out with the fucking album. Put out something. You're always bragging you could do anything. Put out a product. Don't wait 30 fucking years.
Even John Sykes is releasing music more than Vinnie Vincent.
And John delivers.
Yeah.
John delivers.
But they're very similar in that respect where it's coming. Oh, it's here.
But even with Sykes, I mean, I'll say he had that whole delay with the record company and, changing record companies. And there was a couple of reasons at least that Sykes could justify a 5-year delay. We're talking he'll be coming up on 30 years by the time this shit's done. And if it sucks, that's going to really, really suck. Because he's probably going to do like some sort of like mile a minute shred that's like 100 times too many notes. I don't even know
some of them might even be in the right key.
I don't know who his singer would be at this point.
John Biel.
He could go
John Biel?
and sing
Is
it
he
himself.
Up for the gig? Oh. Wow. There's Nedward Van Halen.
I got him that new toy today. And look.
Is that the catnip filled fish?
No, it's just a plastic ball with a plastic spins around.
Johnny, if Ned wants to eat a catnip filled fish, I could stick some catnip in places and I could really use some. That's very cool, the ball spinning thing. You're torturing.
He loves it. He loves it.
Yeah, he's having a great time. He's tortured. Cobra Kai Platoon. We're hoping you'll do us a Megadeth album here.
Megadeth.
My grundle hurts.
Grundle.
Grundle.
Grundle would be a great name for a fucking death metal band.
It really would. We are Grundle.
Yeah, no,
Plus, what hurts when you leave our concert? We have shaken your Grundle.
Grundle with special guests, Prostate. Now playing at Deathfest.
Grundle. Grunge by Grundle. And James Stewart brings up a point. James Stewart brings up a point. Vinnie Vincent was selling those handwritten songs recently. Remember? We talked about it a couple weeks ago for what was it, like fucking $30,000 or something silly?
Yep.
For handwritten songs that he probably just did on his lunch break.
He's deluded.
Fruitcake Tony. I'm not saying whose base it is, but we'll get to it. Actually, right now, let's shift gears a bit. Julian's Auction House has broken out their catalog for the new, what's it called? Legends in Music auction, Johnny?
John Biel. I don't know.
Well, Johnny, you're supposed to have the page up.
Yeah, I'm looking.
You had one job, man. He's counted all the money from the lights.
I'm looking. What?
Julian's auction.
Julian's
auctions.
Okay, all right. I gotta hit my camera for a second.
June 11th.
Oh, here it is. Music icons.
Julian's auctions. Music icons auction is June 11th through what? The 14th.
June. 11, 12, 13.
Okay. They have some awesome stuff. A lot of stuff from Alex Van Halen and Eddie Van Halen related, as well as Prince, Nirvana, and a couple of other guys. So Johnny, let's flip through some of that stuff because that is definitely worth checking out.
Okay, let's see.
Alex Van
There's a lot
Halen's
of stuff.
Alex Van Halen's drum kit from 1980 from the Invasion tour, that is up for bid. 5 Van Halen Art Series Charvels are up for bid. And I consigned that Eddie Van Halen doodle guitar,
Wait
the
a
one
minute.
he hand drew all the doodles on.
I know that
That's
guitar.
in there.
I
That's
see it.
in there. Yeah. That's in there. And that's doing better than the Art Series guitars so far in the first day of bidding today. But you have until June 11th through I think the 13th or 14th to bid on that stuff. But let's bring up some of the highlights because some of that stuff is awesome. First of all, there's the Eddie Van Halen doodle guitar. I've told this story on the air before. I have personal reasons right now for selling this, but this was the guitar that Eddie Van Halen borrowed from a friend as a thank you.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
This show has just become. This is your version of a Colonel's popcorn ad.
This is absolutely
this is
my
all
ad.
about. This is all about selling. This is John Mancuda selling his own personal shit.
This one is mine. This one is mine.
Bastard.
Although not for long, based on the first day of bidding. So this is the guitar that Eddie Van Halen borrowed from a friend. And as a thank you when he returned it, Eddie drew doodles all over it, hand-drawn doodles, and signed it to him. So this particular one is actually leading the pack on the Van Halen guitars right now. So I highly recommend it because it plays like a fucking dream. And the neck for this one, I've said on the show before, was borrowed by Grover Jackson over at Charvel as the template for the Grover Jackson Legacy Series Charvels. And you could see photographs of that particular neck on all the DVDs that came with the Grover Jackson Legacy Series Charvels. You'll see Grover holding that guitar neck. So it's double duty. It's
duty.
Duty. Played by Van Halen, doodled on by Van Halen, and used by Charvel, by Grover Jackson himself, as the template for that Legacy series of Charvels, which play fucking phenomenal. So that neck is amazing. If I hope a player buys it, because that guitar definitely deserves to be played. That's definitely a big thing. And then there's 5 Art Series guitars, which are also very, very cool. Let's hop over there. Julian's Auctions. You should all bookmark this and just watch the next few weeks as this unfolds. The next, actually, week and a half or 2 weeks. About 2 weeks as this unfolds. So let's see. Yeah, 5 Art Series guitars there too. But the thing is, the Doodles guitar is more unique. That's the thing about it. So you have, and it's mine, absolutely. Well, wait, Paulie, it's not over yet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, stay tuned. Let's look at that EV. You have an EVH Wolfgang autographed.
Mm-hmm.
Then
signed by the band, it looks like.
Yeah, signed by the band.
Wow.
Scroll down a little more.
Wait a minute.
Yup.
I've seen this guitar.
That one is mine too. 1984 Charvel. One of the very rare, here's the thing, one of the very rare red and white original Charvels. Because what happened was, if you remember this, Eddie had a relationship with Grover Jackson at Charvel early on. Eddie went over to Charvel all the time to get spare parts, to get necks, bodies, and make these, these guitars that he used. One day he comes over, because Van Halen's breaking big now. One day he comes over and he sees Grover Jackson has 2 paint racks of striped guitars, mostly yellow and black, with just mostly yellow and black at first. And he says, "Oh my God, these are great. Are these selling?" He's like, "These are selling like hotcakes. We have so many orders for these. Great, great. What's my percentage?" "You're not getting a percentage." "What do you mean I'm not getting a percentage? That's my design." "Yeah, we have no business deal. And it's just a striping. I could do that." So Eddie then cut ties with Grover, sent in the lawyers, and a cease and desist was achieved. The thing was, just as Eddie had repainted the red and white guitar, that, the Frankenstein became his signature. That's when Grover Jackson did a small handful of pre-pros in red and white. And later on, against the order of that cease and desist, he did this red and white. And only very few red and white Charvels were actually made in the Van Halen pattern. Most of them, as you've all seen, are yellow and black, the bunch that were made. So red and white, Eddie's signature color, is very, very rare in Charvel. So you have the pre-pro, the Doodles guitar that was, we were showing earlier, and then you have this one from 1984. And again, I have to emphasize, I'm not having a fun time selling a few of my guitars, but personal problems, including my mother's health, have warranted it. So again, against my personal feelings of having to part with instruments that I don't want to part with. You have to make some priorities in life. So that also is up for auction. And then one more, keep going. This is my other one. This is the well-known Randy Rhoads Jackson that was signed by Eddie at the golf tournaments. And if you spotlight on the back, they have a photo. It's a huge autograph of Eddie's, bigger than he normally does. And he played this a little bit just on site, not in concert, but on site in front of the people, just to try it out. And there's photographs of it, there's photographs of Eddie with it, including one photograph that comes with it. If you look there, there's Eddie holding it at the golf tournament after he signed it. So that one also up for bid, just went up today. And again, over the weeks, I'm hoping they'll do well because, look, the fact is, I have some personal issues right now, and it's important. It's very important. So the front signature, yeah, Ben Tom brings it up. The front signature was wiped off, but the back signature is still on there. And the front one was small, but the back signature is huge. So, and there's photographs of Eddie with it and, playing with it and whatnot. So that's also a good thing. There you go. I hope my lights change by the end of these auctions. So moving on, we also have Eddie Van Halen's driver's license.
Whoa.
I don't know where this came from, but for those of you guys that cannot have the budget to buy a guitar Eddie played or autographed or whatever, here is a cool item, not mine, but a cool item that I think really, really deserves to be in a collector's hands. You see his signature down at the bottom. And keep in mind, a lot of these items, three of them, obviously, 3 guitars were put on auction by me. The other stuff, a lot of the other stuff came directly from Alex. So this is within the fans and family.
Where is the proceeds from this going?
I think a percentage of the Van Halen items, percentage of them will touch on the Mr. Opus Foundation, Mr. Holland's Opus, but not all of it. Like it's like 10% or something like that. It's a percentage.
Well, I mean, the idea, there's no way Eddie Van Halen was 5'10", by the way.
Yeah, not that I know of.
Yeah, that is
his license from what years up to when did that expire?
It's from 97.
So creepy.
And which address is that on there?
Sunset Boulevard.
My guess is that's a business office.
I would imagine somewhere he received his mail at the time. So there you go. For, look, I'd rather see this stuff in a collector's hands,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people that appreciate Eddie,
Yeah, that's
and
a little,
and yeah,
that's a little on the creepy side.
And yeah, Renus, they do. I don't know if I don't know if that's creepy. I think to a collector, I think that's something that they'll treasure.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, let's put it this way: the family is involved in this auction, so this is not something that like they have any objection to any of the items. They, they're involved in this. So and a lot of them came from the family. So. Move on, Johnny. There's a lot of other cool stuff here.
That's crazy.
Autograph photos. This one of Eddie. Very cool. What's that? What's that first one up to? That's up to 150 already. Van Halen band signed photo.
Whole band.
Band signed photo. That's up to 800 already. Keep in mind, this is the first day of bidding. These items we're looking at right now go off on the 12th of June. So, yeah, Fruitcake Tony, I'm sure there's stuff in here for you too. All collectors. I mean, this is,
yeah, Tony, let us know when you get that license, man.
Let's see, Signed Magazine page with backstage pass up to 450 right now. Playboy Music Poll winner medallion. That's kind of cool. I mean, there's a lot of personal items here that,
Wow. Yeah, this is my
going
first
into
time.
collectors' hands.
My first time seeing any of this.
Eddie Van Halen handwritten notes.
Suddenly we know where all those money, that super chat money is going to go.
Yeah, I know. Wouldn't that be funny? Johnny's suddenly like, Mancuda, I really liked some of your Van Halen guitars. Now, that's very cool. Right there.
Oh, that's definitely his writing. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's from the family.
Yeah. No, I mean not that the writing I know, but the where he has the stuff underlined. Mm-hmm. Every time he would sign something for somebody, he would like write something, he'd personalize it to them, and he would underline it, and it's exact same style as this. I've got a record on my wall where he's underlined my name, and it's exactly the same. Wow. Man, this is cool stuff. Yeah, and it's great that that it's going towards
well,
charity.
Some of it is. Some of it is.
Yeah.
Let's see. Go on.
Guard.
Written notes taped to his pick guard. That's neat. Again, you look at some of these estimates, cheaper than a guitar. This is very cool. Eddie Van Halen, 1984 stock certificate from Kramer. Eddie owned a little piece of Kramer at one point.
Yeah, people don't know he was a silent partner in Kramer.
How cool is that? For you Kramer fans, as well as few Van Halen fans, this is very cool. Wow. I am digging this.
Yeah, I can see all this stuff going up a lot. I mean, these particular.
These numbers are going to go crazy because this auction, Alex is promoting this auction. And go back to those Van Halen guitar picks. Scroll back up. So what are those up to right now? Those are at 150. And then a lot of people are going to write this stuff off the taxes too, but as part, some big business owners I know, write.
They'll put them in their bars and shit.
Yeah, because they write it as an expense, decorate a bar, decorate their office. It's a business expense to attract customers. Those high tops are cool as hell. Those, how much are those going for? Zoom in on that.
Starting at 500, estimated up to 4,000.
What are they at now?
1750.
17. Yeah, because sneakerheads are going to want that.
Yep, I have a friend that collects sneakers. It's ridiculous.
I know a lot of people in the industry that are sneakerheads, and the money they spend casually on sneakers, you're talking like 600, 800 a pair just for your daily walkarounds. And then you have collector pieces. Like you go down Melrose and there's a couple of shoe places that like these sneakerheads pull up in, and they buy a ton of stuff, like thousands of dollars. What guitar is this now?
Inscribed.
Okay, so that's an inscribed one. Inscribed Fender.
To bidding in, yeah. Yeah, if I was to bid on the guitar picks, I'd get those before I get my ones from Sweetwater.
For sure. Okay, so now we're getting into the Art Series guitars. So here's the first one. Estimate 30 to 50,000. Current bid 10,000 now. So you have, and again, this is day one, so people are first discovering about this. But this is a very big Van Halen auction because, like I said, the family's behind it. Design and stage page Van Halen. So here's your second one. This one's up to 9,000.
Mm-hmm.
This is the crown jewel of the Van Halen stuff, at least. This is Alex's drum kit from the 1980 Invasion tour. This was in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for 5 years on display. But and they got rid of it because eventually it wasn't about rock and roll anymore. So Alex didn't want it embarrassed to be there. But this is a very famous drum kit. Johnny, how significant is this drum kit of Alex's?
It's very, very significant. I mean, that's one of their major tours from back.
Here's the thing. I just want to respond. Richard Cheese, Wolf doesn't need a cent.
No.
Richard Cheese, Wolf needs it. We're cleaning out our closet. This is, do you know how much shit Van Halen has stored up in warehouses? Do you have any idea how much shit those guys have left over from tours? And I mean, they've got that drum kit probably hasn't been touched since 1982. I mean, it's just been sitting in storage. It's doing it. Fuck it, get it out of here. At some point, that's really what it is. It's about downsizing, giving people an opportunity to own a piece of rock and roll history. And yeah, they're going to make a couple dollars of it. But trust me, do you really, really think that Alex Van Halen needs the $200,000 that are coming from that kit? Don't get me wrong. If somebody said to you, "Hey, I'm going to give you $200K," you're not going to say no. But he doesn't need it. Wolfgang Van Halen doesn't need a fucking dime. He's the sole heir to Edward Van Halen's estate,
including rights, merchandise.
He's now the CEO of EVH brand. That kid is fucking set for several lifetimes.
And can we also point out that his new album out is making a lot of money?
It will. It's not out yet, but it will.
It's taking pre-orders though.
Yeah. No, he's going to do just fine. That kid
he doesn't need money. He doesn't.
This is not a cash grab. This
is a labor of love from the family that's basically pointing out, look, we have this stuff. We appreciate all the love of the fans. We don't need it. You guys can. Some charities can benefit from it. And that's basically what it is. Johnny, don't get away from that drum set yet. We're not done. That thing's estimated at $200,000 to $300,000, and it will probably go for more. Knowing the auction business as I do, this is a very high profile auction for Van Halen. This is pretty much the stuff you will see for auction out of there. There was a piece here and a piece here, dribble that piece of crap that fucking Leslie
Fake
West
guitar.
was supposedly gifted. No. This is real stuff that is being promoted, and the family is basically saying, here's your shot. You're Van Halen fan. Here's stuff we don't need. You can do some good with it. That's great. But here's your shot. This is really the Van Halen auction that stuff is going to be in that, the family is behind. So it's not just one piece out of someone's collection, But yeah, this drum kit is really, really important. For history and for Van Halen fans, this is as good as you're ever going to get. There you go. And yeah, James Stewart, it absolutely will hit its range. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Keep in mind, by the way, for those that are saying, oh, but, Eddie's getting rid of all his stuff. No, look, the fact is, Paulie's right. It's storage units and storage units of stuff that they only want to keep some of it. And Eddie alone gave away, 80, 90 guitars to a school just because he had them there?
Regularly. Not just once. He would do it. He would order every year. He would order a
Music Man.
To not Music Man's, the Fender.
Wolfgangs.
Yeah, he would order those and say, hey, I want a certain amount donated. And of course, by the way, Fender is happy to do that because it's a write-off for them.
Absolutely.
No, this is not, none of this is, on the one hand, like this here, I don't see anywhere near as the same as the price gouging that people are doing on Reverb and shit. This is
Cobra Kai platoon.
Yeah, I just don't think the. No, I don't know that I would pay $200,000 for an Alex Van Halen drum kit, but somebody will. I'm guaranteeing you that the person that buys that will be, one of those. It'll be like Mike Piazza, or somebody who's an Uber athlete or an Uber actor, and they want it just as a trophy.
I know the owner of a sports team, football team particularly, that loves buying celebrity guitars, and has been known.
Jim Irsay.
There you go. Has been known to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions.
Yeah, Jim Irsay spends a lot of money on musical,
because he can.
Yeah,
he enjoys collecting guitars.
Passion.
Just like a lot of us here enjoys collecting guitars. I do, Paulie does, Johnny does, most of our viewers do, and he's a super sweet guy. I don't know how he treats the players, but he's great. He was really nice to me.
Yeah, no, he's a good dude, but
really nice.
But he's a well-known memorabilia collector. He loves
this.
Rock
Is
and
right
roll.
up. This stuff is right up his alley.
This is something that Jim Irsay would certainly have interest in.
Yeah. And again, one of many. A lot of celebrities. Just look at all the outpouring of love. You don't think a guy like Dave Grohl would want that? Taylor Hawkins. Of course he would. I bet you Taylor Hawkins is looking at that kid. I bet a lot of people are. But I mean, like a lot of these guys that are current drummers that were influenced by Alex Van Halen would love to have that kit. I mean, Charlie Benante would look at that kit. I bet you Taylor Hawkins would look at that kit. I bet you there are a lot of guys who are huge fans of that band that would love to own that. Not counting the, Todd McFarlanes and the Jim Irsays and the Mark Cubans and the Richard Bransons of the world who also collect that shit. Listen, I know so many well-known movie producers and directors that I have been to their houses, and I walk in and, oh, do you want to see my guitar room? You like guitars too. Oh, you have a guitar room. I didn't know. Oh, I'm walking through your hallway. There's showcases of guitars in there. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't believe how popular collecting celebrity guitars has gotten, or vintage guitars, if not celebrities. Certain people want, again, like a lot of us collect pro player stuff or stuff associated with them, or vintage stuff like classic Fenders and Gibsons. People that are not known guitar players, they're known directors, they're known producers, they're known athletes. They're known movie stars. Nerd Halen. Caleb brings up Adam Sandler. Absolutely. Sure. Yep. A lot of people collect this stuff that you wouldn't expect to collect. Listen, you could be that kid that was at that 1980 Van Halen tour, blown away by it. And here's a piece of your childhood that you now earn by being a YouTuber. You hearing me, Johnny?
Guys, I'm up against
I
it
wish.
with the dogs right now. I gotta let them out and tap out.
All right, brother.
So it's 3 hours. I mean, it's 8:00 anyway. I gotta run.
All right, Paulie. Have a
But
good night. Much
I'll
love,
check
brother.
in. I just can't. I can't hang. I gotta let them out.
Okay,
Yeah, well-
pop in and out.
All right,
Rinse
later.
that pan.
Thanks.
The great Neanderthal, everybody. Oh, come on, Johnny. You could do better than that for Paulie. There we go. All that money and he can't get a battery. My point is, a lot of people would love that drum kit. That thing is awesome. It's awesome. It really is.
Mhm.
And I know,
Yeah.
James Stewart. I know you got it. I just want to hammer it home. I just want to make sure everyone realizes that, because one or two people are like, oh, that'll never be worth 200,000. Abso-smurfly, it will blow that away. And again, we're gonna keep tabs on it. We'll report the results of the auction. You could bet your bottom dollar on that. So that's a big deal. Look, the auction house was very clear with me about the Van Halen stuff, that this would be a very Van Halen centric auction because a lot of the stuff came from the family, and the whole catalog of anything Van Halen would be looked at by the family to make sure there was nothing nothing that didn't look good in there. So I fully see that drum kit selling at least for the reserve. At least I predict over. What else we got in there, Johnny?
Wow.
This auction's great, by the way. If you're not familiar with it, go to Julian's Auctions website and download the catalog. It's free, so you could keep track of this fun stuff too. Here's another Charvel art series. This one's pretty. I like the yellow body with the black design. I think that looks great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And those guitars, of course, Eddie striped up and played for a song on tour.
Yeah, and James Stewart, you're talking about the economy. The economy is in amazing shape. The stock market is high. A lot of people have money to spend. A lot of people have gotten into the guitar hobby during the pandemic. A lot of people have money to spend now that we're coming out of it. So look at the stock market, and a lot of people are diversifying out of the stock market into collectibles, high-end collectibles like guitars, like baseball cards, like vintage comic books, like comic book original artwork, music memorabilia, movie props. All those markets are up. All the hobby markets are up because people love investing, because the fact is a lot of things have gone up drastically in value comparative to the stocks. If you look at, Warren Buffett making 17% on his stocks, and that's the greatest stock investor in the world, and you look at people that, bought, comic book original artwork 5 years ago, I mean, the stuff's gone up 500%. People are into collecting hobbies, And Kurt 5150, you say that drum kit has been on for sale for the last 3 or 4 months. It doesn't matter. There was a piece of comic art, Daredevil, that was on sale on eBay for $100,000 for 3 years. No one bid on it, but at auction, it's a different element. It's a different level of people that are suddenly seeing it the first time. And that Daredevil page that couldn't move at 100,000 went for $280,000. I mean,
let's see it.
I don't have it. My point is collectibles are very good investments. A lot of them are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and thrash metal, we could agree to disagree, bro. We could agree to disagree. You keep your money in the stock market. I know what paid for my house. So, you know. Let's see. And yeah, this is my opinion. I'm not a broker. I'm not an investment manager. This is something that I know, things I have bought and sold in the collectibles market, I've done very well with. You know, it's all a matter of, it's all a matter of your own, you know. Let's see. Robot Master Switch. Do you know how much gear I've bought since the pandemic started? I have an actual music room now. You're not alone. A lot of people have bought guitars during the pandemic. All right, thrash metal. I'm gonna blow you out of the water right now. You said if you invested $100 in the S&P at the beginning of 1980, you would have about $9,788 at the beginning of 2021, assuming you reinvest all dividends. This is a return investment of 9,688%. Okay, and fair enough. You could absolutely look at that in one way. Now I'm going to show you what I would have done. $100 in 1980, I could have bought a Ditko Spider-Man page that's worth about $500,000 now. So there you go. Original comic book artwork has gone up crazy amounts. It all depends what you follow. You could have bought Bitcoin and made a fortune, but I still would rather have that Steve Ditko original artwork of Spider-Man. Because $100 in 1980 bought a lot. Here's another one. You go into 1980, buy a copy of Action Comics #1 in real high grade. Okay? Probably 1980, I would say maybe about $5,000 back then. That copy of Action Comics #1 now, $8 million. $8 fucking million for a high-grade copy of Action Comics #1. Like I said, stocks are safer, and they're not totally safe. Let's get that out of the way. But no risk, no reward. If you would have invested in old comic books or comic book art or et cetera, you would have absolutely made out way better than the stock market. Way better. There you go. Just saying, look, you're not wrong. Stocks are great. They're safe. They're smaller return. But the collectibles market over the last, years and years and years has really rocketed. And again, this could be musical instruments. This could be comic books. This could be, comic art, nostalgia stuff. I'm not talking, by the way, coins and stamps, because that's boring. I'm talking nostalgic stuff, things that you remember as a kid, okay? Things that you played with as a 10-year-old that now you're a 50-year-old with disposable income. You want to recapture that childhood nostalgia. So you want a piece of comic artwork. You want vintage comics. You want the baseball cards your mom threw out. You want Star Wars toys in package. You want the Pokemon cards in a sealed box. You want you could go on and on. But you see my point. Nostalgic things pull at your heartstrings the way that a stock certificate does not. If you had original video games still in the package, those are worth a fortune now. Those have gone up like rockets.
Especially E.T.
And Halface says, is there a reverb for comics? Yeah, of course. There are a lot of, there's a Comic Link, Comic Connect, and of course, auction houses, Heritage, Julian's, things like that. I mean, These guys all have auctions, multi auctions through the year. Cobra Kai Platoon says, buy a Gray Sports Almanac, then build a time machine. Easy.
Biff.
And Crap Guitar Show, who's probably Michael also, says, when the market and society collapses, stock will be worth dick. Tangible assets and collectibles will always have value. Well, they'll have nostalgic value. That will, let's put it this way, during the pandemic, when it first started, when the stock market crashed, and I mean went from like 29,000 to what was it, 17,000, something like that, like in a few days, when it really, really took that, thousands of points hits over that week or two, whatever it was, collectibles were still selling at auction big time. Heritage auctions was booming. And again, you could use a lot of examples, but my point is, that Nirvana guitar sold for $6 million. Stocks, if you're comparing the two, it's not equal. Stocks are a safer investment. They're a blue chip investment, but they only go up so much so far. There's risk involved, but not the same type of nostalgic pull that a one-of-a-kind item like a Nirvana guitar, like Van Halen guitars, like pick your favorite, whatever. Eric Clapton's Blackie sold for whatever, $3 million. I mean, these are things that high dollar value people, celebrities and sports teams owners and things like that are paying that sort of money on. They don't care about the stock market. Sure, they have investments in it, but their heartstrings aren't pulled like, oh my God, I've seen that guitar Clapton played my whole life. I can own that now. $3 million? Absolutely. Boom. I'm a billionaire. Absolutely. That's just my point. So there you go. Either way, investing involves risk. Don't look at me. I buy guitars. So let's see.
Man.
So here's another really cool art series.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Oh yeah, they're all...
Now this one is the most popular art series one. This is tied right now in bids with the Van Halen hand-drawn Doodles guitar. This is the highest bid so far. This one and the Doodles are both at 17.5. So we'll see. We'll see where they land on June 12th when they actually have their final bidding. But in early bidding, in day one bidding, those two are the highest. Or actually, is this one also 17?
Yeah.
This last one? Okay, so two art series guitar and the hand-drawn Doodles guitar are the leaders right now of the Van Halen guitars. All three of those are at 17.5. And we'll see there they go. Now this one, Johnny, zoom in on the face of this one, because this one says the last one. I think this was the last one they did for the tour, right? If I'm not mistaken. What does it say in the description?
Oh wow. Kansas City.
Kansas City. That's what I said. New York City. Yeah. All right. So this was 522 Kansas City. Let's see. Charlotte says guitar. So what does this say? Was this the last one of that particular series for the tour?
Yeah, with an additional last one, indicating this was the last one of the Charvel stage played EVH guitars.
There you go.
And this is a kind of a, as far as us nerds, this is kind of a well-known one because we've seen a lot of pictures of Eddie playing this particular one.
Okay, so there's
yeah, like this.
So this is probably the best of the art series.
Plus it's such a
okay.
It's a cool, it's a cool design because it's almost like a 5150 style guitar, but in this stealth kind of color, and it comes with the guitar picks.
Now, how many did they do in the art series in a color like this? in this stealth kind of, because most of the ones I've seen are either black and yellow or red and yellow or red and black or red and white.
Most of
Red and
them are the
black.
class other are combination
Classic
of the
colors.
colors.
Classic colors. The yellow,
red, black,
black,
and white, yellow and black, white and black. They did some like red, black, and white.
Right.
Or not like the classic one. I mean just different.
But the classic colors are yellow and black
ones.
combination or red and white or red and white and black.
Yeah,
those are the classic combinations.
But this particular combination of what I guess is black and silver. With that striping pattern. And then it does say last one. Eddie wrote last one next to the volume knob. I see it.
Yeah, because after the concert, he wanted to get some really good barbecue. And make no mistake, Kansas City, baby. Kansas City does not disappoint in barbecue. I'm with you, Pooh Ninja. Burnt ends, baby. Kansas City barbecue kicks ass. Just had to throw that in there, Johnny, because I love barbecue.
Oh, I love barbecue too.
All right, so this one is probably the coolest one out of the 5 Art Series guitars.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, and it comes with the tote bag, certificate, case.
Yeah, they all come with the certificate.
All that. Wow. That's cool.
Yeah. That's the last. Cool. That's the last of the Art Series. There's still tons more good stuff in this auction, though.
Non Van Halen stuff.
Is that all the Halen stuff?
This looks like this whole page is Van Halen.
Yeah, I mean they grouped all the Van Halen stuff in the same area. I think. Let's see. There. What? Starting with, is the Doodles guitar the first one? Is that the first of the Van Halen stuff?
Yeah, one of 23. Yeah, there's 23 items. 23
Van Halen stuff, but it's obviously high profile stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You have a bunch of guitars. You have the drum set. You have some cool style, the license, the merch, some very cool personal stuff.
That's so wild, that license, because I'm so used to looking at my own license that looks just like that, but with a picture of me on it. You know,
I know it's kind of surreal.
That's so weird.
But look, to a collector and coming from the family, this isn't one of those things where the family's like, oh no, they're selling something. No. This is coming out of the family. So that's very cool. Okay, so non-Van Halen stuff, we'll get to after. Let's do the show and tell guitar right now, and then we'll get back to the other stuff in the auction, because there is other cool rock memorabilia in there from metal guys. So we'll go to that. But let's do show and tell guitar first. We have some other stuff to talk about. Today's show and tell, I wanted to do a bass. I don't have many basses because I don't play bass. But there are a few points that I wanted to own a certain bass or two from certain artists. And, in this particular case, I wanted to do a bass because I feel for David Ellefson. I do. I think he got, kicked out of the band. I don't think he deserved to. I think, listen, no one loves to jerk off more than I do. Maybe I don't do it per se on camera. I mean, I am a jerk off on camera. I mean, here I am right now. X-Men shirt, by the way, Dark Phoenix, kick ass. I do think that, because he's a bass player, I wanted to bring a bass on today. So let me first show you the case. Well, I'll break out the bass itself first. Then I'll show the case. Or should I show the case first?
Does it say their name on the case?
It does.
But it's a cool case.
It's a very cool case.
Maybe show the guitar and then show the case.
No, because then I have to put the guitar down.
Oh.
I don't know.
John Biel, John Biel, what do you in the chat? What do you think? Should you show the guitar first or the case first?
Do you want to see the case first that it came in with the band's name on it, or do you want to see the bass itself? Halface is asking for hints. I'm going to say one of somebody's guesses earlier today was right. There were a couple of guesses of whose bass it was, and it was one that someone guessed. I'll announce who it was in a little bit. Case first, show the case, show the guitar. So let's see. We have show the case, guitar, bass, case. It looks like the case is going to win. Okay. I'm going to show the case. Yeah. Everyone wants to see the case. I usually don't show off the case unless it's like a band logo or something. So this particular one, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's bass was owned by Jerry Dixon of Warrant.
Awesome.
Look at that. What are you stapling something, Johnny? Is that you stapling? You got to get some new batteries for that shit. Fruitcake Tony was on point. This is a Warrant bass owned by Jerry Dixon, and again, this is one of the most well-known ones he played. Drummer. Look at that thing. Johnny, why don't you get rid of that box there?
Make sure to subscribe.
Just get rid of the damn box.
Oh. Let me see. Oh, crap.
Take the photo.
Got it.
Okay. This is that's why I said to my dad as a kid, I'm sitting there, hold on, I need a minute for the flash to warm up. Take the photo, Dad. Birthday candles melting. Take the photo, Dad. Shut up and smile. Take the photo, Dad. This is Jerry Dixon's Smoke My Pole bass, basically a parody of Smoke. I forgot the cigarette brand, Marlboro or whatever it was, but there was basically a parody of a cigarette ad insinuating that the boys want blowjobs in the band. Even furthered by the famous Warrant message when you flip it that said, "We want head." And Jerry would flip this at the audience, and of course, they'd hand out backstage passes, and girls would blow them like crazy. Welcome to the rock star lifestyle of the 80s, boys and girls. You could see real close, obviously, that's painted on. That's, of course, signed by Jerry Dixon. But you'll notice right here, the belt buckle rash is intense because all the Warrant boys wore these metal bullet belt buckles or bullet belts rather that just scraped the fuck out of the back of their guitars. They were not gentle with them. They were not at all gentle with them. But look at that graphic. That graphic is so funny and cool by the great Dan Lawrence, who did a lot of the most memorable graphics of the 80s. This, by the way, is a BC Rich Gunslinger bass. BC Rich made some amazing stuff, including basses. And it's got the classic Gunslinger heel cut to allow for better upper fret access, nice and comfy. I love the Gunslinger guitars. Again, I don't play bass. I mean, sure, I know a couple of bass lines I could do, blah, blah, blah. But, this guitar has been in most of the Warrant videos of the first two albums. I've had on the show before the cherry pie bass, which is the red cherry pie graphic bass that says grab a piece on the back. Warrant loved to have messages on the back of their guitars. We want heads, suck our dicks, show us your tits, blah, blah, blah. Greg was a collector who had it before Tony. If you're wondering, to Greg, this was the person who had it before me. They were always very big on graphics. Warren had some of the cooler graphics of the 80s, instantly recognizable. The Felix the Cat guitar, the Roadrunner guitar, the Sex guitar that I've had on the show before that Eric Turner played. But the basses were just as cool, and Jerry Dixon had a couple of neat ones. You can look for this in magazine ads, in pinups, in most of the Warrant videos. You will see this bass. Again, I'm a big Warrant fan. I think they are one of the better 80s hair band, glam metal scene bands that came out at the last wave of stuff. Around the time that, them and Danger and, that last wave of metal came out, when some great stuff was coming out, and then, record companies were just going berserk to sign anybody. You have long hair and play instruments? Come on. You're MTV ready. Come on. We got to get more acts. But Warrant was one of the better ones. Warrant, Winger, those guys that came in the second half of the 80s. And into the 90s, and we're getting screwed just as Nirvana came around in 1992. Warrant came out with Dog Eat Dog, and it was a little rougher, and it didn't do so well. But those first two albums, Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinkin' Rich and Cherry Pie, you will see this bass in a lot of those videos and concerts. If you go on YouTube and watch some concerts, you will see this bass. Magazine ads, like for Dean Markley strings. I remember they have those Dean Markley blues strings that they did ads for. One of them, Jerry was using this as a hockey stick. He was the goalie and he was using it as a hockey stick.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. So, you see these in a lot of posters and stuff, but a lot of guys didn't have graphic bases, but, Warrant was one of them. Warrant, thankfully, was one of them.
Good night, Stephen.
Good night, Steve. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, Enrico B., rest in peace, Janie Lane. Janie was a great singer-songwriter, fun guy to hang out with. I've seen him a couple of times at clubs where we've, talked and hung out at the bar, and just, a nice guy, very fun, very into being a rock act, just, what do you do? Tragedy hits. But this was, I got these basses initially because I didn't have a Warrant guitar, and Eric wasn't parting with them, and Joey wasn't parting with them. So I'm like, okay, what am I going to do to fill in my Warrant craving to have something? Because I've seen them a lot. I've seen them open for Poison and a bunch of other tours. I've seen them as the opening act. I've seen them at headlining acts at a lot of clubs. I love the Warrant guys. Really nice guys as people. Very, very cool. Fun. Again, fun. If you're looking for technical players and Yngwie Malmsteen and, they're not great players, that's not what you're going to a Warrant concert for. You're going to have fun. Really a lot of bands like Warrant, like Poison, who often toured together, you're going for that just fun experience, nothing but a good time, and that's the type of thing. So, for me, I wanted something from those Warrant shows that I recognized from the videos and from the stages. And I got the chance to see and to get a lot of the or three of I had a chance to get a lot of the basses that Jerry sold at one point, but I just wanted his main ones, so I got three of them. The three he used really prominently on the first two albums, and the later ones I kind of passed on, but they're still cool. But I'm not a bass player, so And now that, now I feel a little better owning one of Eric's main guitars. So I have a guitar in there too. But these basses are badass. I think they're really cool. I love BC Rich, And let's see. Some guys in the chat are saying, did Eric Turner and Joey Allen play on the albums or not? Yes, they did. But the solos, CeCe DeVille wrote a lot of the solos. In fact, Cherry Pie, that's CeCe DeVille. CeCe did a lot of the writing for the early Warrant guys. It's a fun bass though. Like I said, I don't usually play bass, and shout out to my buddy Mike Mansfield if you're watching, because he's one of my favorite bass players, and I know he does check out the show with his beautiful wife Kat. And there you go. This is today's show and tell guitar of the week. Jerry Dixon's BC Rich Smoke My Pole Gunslinger bass. There you go. Let's see. Questions in the chat. Renus Pinkle says asking CeCe DeVille to come in is like asking Gary Coleman to take over your bedroom duties. Again, I'm a big CeCe fan. I know a lot of people are. The thing about CeCe DeVille, and we've talked about this on the show before, CeCe gets a bad rap because he played makeup. He's not trying to be Yngwie Malmsteen. He's not trying to be Steve Vai. He plays fun music, catchy riffs, fun solos. That's his gig. I love CeCe DeVille. His work is great, and he's a hell of a fun guy, too.
I saw him at NAMM one time, walk by.
I've hung out with him at NAMM, but it's like usually people walk by Johnny and they bang into him. So it's good that he kept walking rather than knock into him like Phil Collin did. Phil Collin almost took Johnny down.
That guy, dude. I remember that, man. Ow.
For those not aware, Johnny and I were walking at NAMM one year, and Phil Collin of Def Leppard, who's just ripped to hell. He's just totally jacked and ripped. He's walking by Johnny with big bodyguards around him, and he just shoulders Johnny. He doesn't mean to, but he just barreled into Johnny, and Johnny's shoulder was killing him because he's a solid guy. And yes, Renus, he did have a shirt on this time. But it's the only time. No, Phil. It's the only time I've seen him with a shirt, actually. So yeah, and let's see. And Phil Collin, not Phil Collins. Phil Collin, the Def Leppard guitar player. Yeah, Johnny was covered in Phil Collins sweat. He's like, how'd I get so wet?
Yeah, I like the album cover. Yeah.
Oh, Fruitcake Tony wants me to imitate CeCe DeVille.
Yeah, so the guys in Warrant, I'm really good friends with them, right? And they asked me, they're like, hey, Cecil, do you want to come play on our album, Cherry Pie? I'm like, who am I to turn it down? It's work. I like Warrant. I like those guys, right? So I go in, they say, hey, do you have a solo for Cherry Pie? So I'm like, yeah, I can lay something down. So I laid up some track. Don't you think it turns out to be the solo of Cherry Pie? They used it. That's all right. I like those guys. I really like those guys.
There you go. So that's Cecil. That's CeCe DeVille. He's great. Great guy. The Warrant guys are great too. But yeah, Jerry Dixon, super nice guy. Great bass player. Again, for the glam rock scene. He's solid. He really is. Thank you, Sandra. And like I said, I always love to share celebrity guitars with you guys because you don't always get a chance to see them. And I know when I get the chance to see stuff that's not in my personal collection, I love seeing this stuff. I love getting up close with it. I love playing it. When it's stuff that's nostalgic to me that I saw in concert, that I was sitting in the front row and I saw upstaged, and, it's good nostalgia. It's very cool. And you know how I feel about this kind of stuff. So there you go. Jerry Dixon's bass from Warrant. And yeah, I also want head. So if anyone wants to blow me after the show, There you go. Let's see. We got some fun case candy here. Let's see. I got a backstage warrant pass that was with it. This is, I think, from was this from the Ultraphobic store? This looks like it's from Ultraphobic. I think so. And yeah, there's also a cassette in here for Ultraphobic, sealed cassette. That's in there too. Very cool. And let's see, a couple of guitar.
Uh-oh.
Guitar picks. There we are. We're back. Let's see. I'm not sure whose guitar picks these are.
John
Well, this is from this one. Poor John Biel. You're always distracting him. I think this is someone. This is someone from LA Guns. Okay, so it's just in the wrong place. But there you go. Jerry Dixon's Warrant. Smoke My Pole. Guitar. Bass. There you go. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, leave a thumbs up. Please leave a thumbs up on the video because we like thumbs up and we do not like thumbs down, Black Salami. So stop it. There you go. Let's see. So let's go back to the auction, Johnny, because I want to show everyone some of the other cool stuff that's in there. There's I know there's a high-end Prince guitar and there's something from Nirvana, and I someone told me there's a lot of Queensryche stuff in there too. You're welcome, Crazy Cook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been looking through it. Although, are we getting the spinning circles? You guys that are watching?
I mean, we're still high audience, so we had one spinning circle for a minute.
Okay. Okay. What do you want to see? Because I have to search it because there's so much.
Look up the Queensryche stuff. I heard that there was some. I heard there was some Queensryche stuff in there. I haven't even looked through my whole catalog yet. I literally just broke today, and there's just some early bids, but I haven't looked to see all of what's in there. I looked at the Van Halen stuff. I thought that was cool. And then other people were like messaging me, "Hey, did you see the Julian's auction catalog yet?" And I was like, I saw part of it. I haven't gone through it, but I want to talk about it on the show. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it as we get close to the auction too, for June 11th. So mark your calendars if you're going to follow that.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, hold on. Breaking news. Metalani says, Dave Ellefson is out of Megadeth. Is that true? No, we talked about it for about 2 hours.
That really
today.
happened?
We talked about it for about 2 hours today, Metalani. Rewind to the beginning of the video. Rita wants to know, that's a good question. Do I have any cool effect pedals from Rockstars? I don't collect effect pedals. I have some. I only have one from a Rockstar, and it was by coincidence. When I got one of Steve Brown of Trickster's guitars, he had a Hollow Flash Night Swan that was on the cover of the Trickster album that he's like rocking out on the Trickster album cover. I have that guitar, and in the case was a pedal also that he used. So I happen to have the pedal, but I didn't go looking for it. It's just like, oh, a pedal, cool. I'll use this, you know. But I don't normally collect Rockstar pedals, just guitars and basically things I'm going to use.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Keenan neighbors.
Keenan.
Wayno.
Thank you, Wayno.
Thank you, Wayno.
Thank you so much, man.
Nice. Wayno joined the Top of the World package.
Thank you. Wayno.
Johnny gives you a hand job for that one.
Well.
And his lights change when you come. Hey, the lights are blue.
All right.
Thank you, Music Therapy Labs. If you just joined us, please leave a thumbs up on the video to counteract Black Salami today. Shame, Michael. Shame.
I'm not seeing any Queensryche.
I heard Todd Latore put in some stuff.
I'm searching Queensryche for, and I'm not getting nothing.
No? Maybe he's selling it separately. All right, look up Prince guitar or good night, Sandra.
Good night, Sandra.
We will all see Sandra in our dreams tonight.
All right, you got the blue.
There's a blue Prince guitar. Bring that up on screen.
The blue cloud. Where are we at?
Good night, Pocani. Good night, Pocani.
So what do we got? That's Prince's Blue Cloud.
Yeah.
Let's see. Estimate $60,000 to $80,000. Current bid $22,000. Again, the auction just opened today, so this won't be selling until June 11th. Or what lot number is that, Johnny? This one.
This is number 913.
Okay, so this will be June 12th with the Van Halen stuff. All the Van Halen stuff goes off on June 12th, I believe. I think this is sold the same day or maybe the next day, but I think this is the same day as the Van Halen stuff. So this one opened at 15,000, estimate 60 to 80,000, currently at 22,500, just out of the blue. Just pardon the pun.
Literally.
That's pretty cool. If you like Prince, you know, you want pretty much one of two guitars or one of two guitar styles from him. You want either one of the cloud guitars that he's known for, or you might want a Telly, because Prince was playing a lot of Tellys. By the way, Prince, I have to say, was one of the best guitarists out there as far as versatility. This guy is a lot like Wolfgang Van Halen in that he plays all his own instruments, no matter what the fuck the instrument is. He knows how to play everything. Prince has played bass. He's played guitar like it's a part of him. He plays, piano. He plays, flutes. I mean, whatever it is, he used to play all these crazy instruments well. But guitar, he is one of the most underrated guitarists. That's the word I'm looking for. Underrated guitarists that I've ever seen. I mean, really, he really, if you watch him play, and again, he writes his own music, but watch him do guitar solos. He's so good. People don't realize it. They associate him with, he's the singer. He's got, a lot of fame from the 80s. But Prince, you've got to trust me. Watch him play guitar. Watch him play. Amazing. Mm-hmm. Truly amazing. Holy shit. Thank you, False Flag. Johnny just paid his car payment.
False Flag. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, man. You're awesome too, FYI.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I gotta let Ned out.
Go let Ned out.
Right back.
I'll keep the masses entertained, Johnny. There you go. Yeah. So, really, Prince is an amazing player. So, I mean, just alone for the Van Halen stuff, that auction is just awesome to watch. I haven't seen as much Van Halen stuff go to auction as much as now, and especially as much good Van Halen stuff as much as now as has this current Julian's auction coming up, or going on right now, I should say. And then to throw in all the other stuff they have, this Prince guitar. They have a Nirvana drawing. I'm gonna have Johnny bring it up as soon as he's done with letting Ned out. Let's see. Cobra Kai. Oh, yeah. Cobra Kai says he went to Paisley Park 2 months after he died. Prince dying really caught all of us off guard. You know, I mean, he was truly a musician's musician. That must have been very cool going over there. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, so I was saying, you know, they've sold the White Cloud before. I've seen that for sale. This is his blue one. A little more identifiable, I think, as being unique. So that's very cool. Let's see. Keenan Neighbor says, why is this cloud for sale when it sold for $563,000? I sold Zeke Clark's page and talked to the guy that bought it. Maybe the guy that bought it is reselling it. That happens. And Robot Master Switch is correct. Prince played drums, bass, keyboards. He played a ton of instruments and well. Yeah, it could, Keenan, it could either be the same guy reselling the guitar, because, you know, people have done it before. You know, I know having worked auctions and sold movie props, you know, I've sold movie props that have, you know, sold at one time and then resold at another in the auction house that I worked at for a while at Profiles in History. You know, we'd have like a Terminator jacket that Arnold wore in the film, and then, you know, 3 years later, someone else is reselling it because they see something else they want more. It happens. Let's see. Oh, that is correct. Jay Hannon, the great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmochi, reminds us, don't forget Metal Wednesday is tomorrow night, last Wednesday of the month. Metal Wednesday. Get your top 10 metal records of the 90s list ready. So it'll be Jay and Boner Jams doing Metal Wednesday. What?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say meh.
No, I was gonna say Metal. I was gonna say Winger Wednesday because I saw that, but then it's Metal Wednesday.
Yeah.
Look, just tune in tomorrow and watch Jay and Boner have a lot of fun talking about thrash. So that's cool. Yeah, and
false flag. Thank you, dude.
There you go. Yeah, Jay and Boner, they're going to rub oil on each other tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Tune in. That's right. You tell him, Metalani. Yeah. There you go. All right, Johnny, what other big items they have? I know they have a Nirvana drawing. I hate to promote it, but I want to show at least the audience what else is big in the auction besides the Van Halen stuff and the Prince stuff. What other big items they have?
Wow. They have another Prince Schecter cloud guitar.
Now, is that Prince's, or is that one of the ones as a cop? All right, so how much is the White Cloud estimate?
15.
Because they made a few of these clouds.
15. Okay. Oh, maybe that's not actually his then.
That wouldn't be his. That wouldn't be his.
It's just a model.
Yeah, his goes into the 5 and 6 figures depending on which ones. The original White Cloud sold for a fortune. The first one he had.
Mm-hmm.
But they had other stuff. What are the big ticket items that are in here? Or what are the guitars?
Lots of Prince stuff. There's a lot of stuff in here.
Well, it's a killer auction.
There's so much stuff. I mean, I was scrolling through this earlier.
There's a lot of Van Halen, a lot of Prince.
Wow. Oh, that yellow one went for $225.
Yeah. Now that yellow one is stage played. That's a stage played yellow cloud from Prince. That's pretty cool. What's that one estimated at? And these are conservative estimates because, Julian's knows they're going to go for a lot more money.
80,000, but it went for 225,000.
You mean it's at 220? Oh, that's one that's sold already.
It's sold, yeah.
Oh yeah, why are you looking at sold stuff? I'm talking about the current auction.
I don't know. I'm just scrolling.
What's that Nirvana drawing they have? Because I know I'm going to be pissed off at when something Kurt Cobain sells for something more over Van Halen. I know I'm going to be pissed off at that.
Let's see.
I want to see the Van Halen guitars go for millions of dollars and Kurt Cobain's shit piece drawing sell for a lot less.
Oh, wow. Let's see. This is a drawing. Self-portrait.
Let's see. Zoom in on it. It's like a child's refrigerator drawing. Jesus fucking Christ. Self-portrait. I could draw better with my dick than that. Jesus. I don't know how to play, and I don't give a hoot. That could have just as well been drawn by me. That could have just been drawn by me. I mean, Kurt Cobain just sold 14...
Wait.
Yeah, Kurt's spelled wrong. Spelled wrong.
Oh, this is great.
Come in my mouth, up my ass, on my drippy, sweaty face. Yeah, so this is a self-portrait of Kurt Cobain. This is real, by the way. For those of you that think this is a bit for the show, it's not. This is real. This is up at Julian's auctions, this Kurt Cobain drawing. The estimate is $20,000. I'm sorry, the estimate is $10,000 to $20,000. Current bid is $20,000 already. Current bid is $20,000 already. Keep in mind,
oh yeah,
Kurt Cobain's hair, 6 strands of his hair, just sold for $14,000. I dare say Eddie Van Halen deserves at least that much money for all of his stuff. This is a joke. I mean, it's no joke, but it's like the idea that thing that I wouldn't hang up on a refrigerator if it was someone's kid gave me as a gift. I'd probably slap them with it and say, "You better get some talent, kid," before it goes up on my refrigerator. I mean, that was drawn by Kurt Cobain. It's at $20,000 already. $20,000. The fuck is wrong with people?
People that grew up in the 90s and that are now doctors and lawyers and
don't know good music. See, Black Salami and I are on the same page right now. Turd Cobain. That's right. That's absolutely right. Put that image back up, Johnny. Zoom in on that again. And no, there you go. Zoom in on that, please. Thank you. Now put up Black Salami's comment. Because I just want to be able to screen grab that. Just put that up right there.
This one?
Yeah. There it is. I just want to screen grab of that. I want to remember this moment because this is the one time Black Salami and I are really, really on the same page. Yeah.
How many thumbs downs we have?
Well, I am hoping he will delete those after the show. I would really appreciate it, Black Salami or Michael or whatever you want to be called. Yeah. No, I mean, look, I know I said you can't put a price on nostalgia, but Their Boys and Girls is a perfect example of nostalgia. Even though, all jokes aside now, even though I am not a fan of Nirvana, as you all know, I do not like Kurt Cobain to an extreme. I understand the nostalgia of someone that did grow up with the grunge era. You know, I sympathize with them because their music was terrible, but I love Kurt Cobain, a talented man. Shut up, David Crosby. No, look, the point is, that someone with a lot of money has a lot of good memories of Nirvana, and it meant a lot to as Robot Master Switch puts it, meant a lot to angry kids in the 90s. It's true. Even though they're not my cup of tea, I do respect that people are buying stuff like that out of nostalgia, that, you know, that have that sort of money. If that's what you like, buy it. That's what I always say. I like Van Halen. You like Nirvana? Okay. I get it. But you know what I really like, Johnny? You know what I really like?
Bang Energy.
I really like. I'm waiting to get the screen a little bigger.
Oh, I saw that.
I like Vinum Custom Pickups. Vinum Custom Pickups, maker of the Mancuda Custom. Vinum Custom Pickups. Go to their website, check out what they have to offer. Because if you want to change your tone, Vinum Custom Pickups has whatever you need. You want something modified. You want the sound of a DiMarzio Super Distortion too, but a little less muddy. Craig Vinum can do that for you. You want pink top pickups. You want half purple, half green. You want different tones. You want the sound of your old 59 brought back to life. You want something telly sounding from the 70s. Whatever you want, Craig Vinum has your sound. Go to Vinum Custom Pickups. Check them out. Tell Craig Vinum that John Mancuda sent you. He will take good care of you and find your tone. Vinum Custom Pickups. And while we're there, Johnny, should we bring up delicious Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn? What's that sound? What's that sound I hear? That's the sound of delicious popcorn popping. Do you hear that, Johnny?
Oh, it's delicious.
Deliciousness coming your way soon from our buddies over at Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn and more. And that more means you could get chocolate, you could get candy, you could get sugar-free chocolate, all sorts of delicious treats at Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn. Their movie popcorn is my favorite. It's addictive. I love it. They should send me more of it because I keep eating it. Damn it. It's addictive. And yet street legal. So go to Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn, mention Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon, and you will get more product. They will send you bigger bags of popcorn, or they'll throw in some candy. They are a good value. Colonel's Gourmet Popping Corn and more. And if you want to hot rod your guitar, go to FU Tone. FU Tone has all the upgrades you need for your guitar. Adam over at FU Tone will take good care of you. FU Tone, they have titanium inserts for your trems. They have trems. They have full guitars for you. They build a full guitar that's ready to rock. Check out FU Tone. And if you need a kill switch, what better kill switch can I think of than a Tessie switch? It's like that scene in Wayne's World where they're going through all the promotions. Tessie switch is the greatest kill switches on the market. Check out Tessie Switch's website. They have light up ones. They have arcade style ones. Check out Tessie Switch for the best kill switches on the market and make all sorts of new tones yours with Tessie Switch. And of course, we already talked about, but worth mentioning twice, our buddies over at Swiss Picks, the greatest gripping picks on the market. Get your grip on with a Swiss pick. Look at these beauties. The blue one is a Jason Becker edition. So you definitely want to check that out because we love supporting Jason. And by the way, shout out to Colleen Gray, who's been doing just some great work for Jason Becker's charity. Colleen, you are awesome and a half. So I just want to mention you again on the air because you really, really rock. And
yes.
So thank you, Colleen, for all you do for Jason. And, of course, shout out to Jason. Now back to this crap. So here you go, Kurt Cobain. What do you think this will sell for? It's already at $20,000 on the first day. On the first day.
It's going to go for billions.
It's going to go for a fortune, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you think about it, Nirvana is the
to a generation.
90s version of the Beatles, as was to the 60s.
Yeah, I will give them that credit.
This is like John Lennon's selfie drawn type of deal.
to their generation.
Is what this is.
Yeah. Just to be clear, Johnny is not equating Kurt Cobain to John Lennon or any of the Beatles, maybe Ringo, but no, no, I'm sorry, Ringo. But seriously, but I understand what he's saying. To that generation, to that 90s generation, Nirvana is as big a deal as you get. So I get it. That doesn't mean I like it, but I expect a lot of prices from this auction to go really high. And look, I hope it for the Van Halen stuff. Look, I like the people at this particular auction house. They're always really good. As far as straight shooters and they're great to deal with. So I like Darren Julian and everyone at Julian's auction house. So I'm very behind this auction. And obviously the Van Halen stuff is what I want to do the best there.
Yeah.
But I also know that some people are going to be bidding on the Kurt Cobain stuff, and some people by the same token are going to be going on by
Prince.
By the Prince stuff. And that's great. Look, Prince I love. Prince I love. What the hell? I don't know what Johnny's doing. Oh, it's dinner time. Is that dinner time, Johnny?
It will be.
Oh, all right. There you go. There you go. So
need some water. All your talking made me so thirsty.
Let's see. My talking made you thirsty. Let's see. And Ben Tom, I'm with you, brother. I am with you. And if Tom Jr. is watching, pay attention to your dad. He hates Nirvana. I hate Nirvana. I'm with you, man.
I love Nirvana.
I know you do.
At the time,
Johnny's going to be bidding. All that money,
I didn't.
False flag, all that money you paid to get Johnny's lights on, it's going right to that Nirvana drawing.
Well, no, but no, I wasn't into the stuff then. Although I appreciate it now. I really appreciate a lot of that stuff. I like everything.
That's what I heard. The dominatrix told me about that.
Wow.
Let's see. What else we got in there? Who else is in there? I know there's a lot. I haven't gone through the catalog. I'll know more next week as far as what's in that Julian's auction catalog. Like I said, I paid attention to the Van Halen stuff because that's more what I care about. But I know there's like a ton of really good stuff from other bands and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge auction.
The biggest stuff is definitely the Van Halen, the Nirvana, and the Prince.
And Prince. That's the three.
Biggest.
That's the three biggest focuses, right?
Yeah.
And it should be. It should be. As much, like I said, as much as I hate Nirvana, I respect what they are worth to some people.
How much is this going to be worth?
Which one? That's priceless. The Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live Filmation lunchbox with myself, Johnny, and Neanderthal in there, along with Alex, Cindy, and Count Sacknessum from the back of the head. Thank you, Cobra Kai Platoon. I'm going to actually have one of those printed up at one point. And yes, Rico B, Paul was here for most of the show. We're just, we're going, Paulie was here for like the first 3 hours.
Yeah, he's gonna miss the last 7.
The last 7 hours? Is it New Year's Eve already? Is it the Halloween show already? You know, it's really funny. I was talking to one of the fans of the show, and they were mentioning, yeah, you know, the thing about the Halloween show is that just kept going and going, and even when you know it was like 3 or 4 in the morning and everyone's tired, you're still trying to give out prizes. It's like, come on, man, Kuda, come on, we gotta go to bed. Falling asleep. Yeah, come on. Bang, energy drink. Bang, energy drink. Bang.
And the prize goes to who's still awake is.
I was in character on Halloween. We'll do that again this year, by the way. We'll do another great Halloween costume contest. I don't know what the theme will be. We'll change the theme because you can't have the same thing every year. But we'll pick up some great theme and we'll keep up. And yeah, Kurt 5150 says it. Cobra Kai Platoon is the best. Does all our funny graphics. Thank you, Cobra Kai Platoon, so much. We really want to see Megadeth. Yeah, the Dave Mustaine, David Ellefson war continues. And thank you, Rico B. Good to see you too. Let's see. Oh, speaking of Music Therapy Laz is bringing up the Johnny Beane T-shirts, which you notice there are no Mancuda or Neanderthal designs in there. You notice? I notice because I want a piece of that. This it's no merch. Paulie and I got no merch. We got no merch. We'll work something out eventually. But speaking of T-shirts, I went on a T-shirt binge the other day, Johnny. I got a notification. You all know I love graphic T-shirts, comic book heroes or rock bands or stuff like that. I love graphic T-shirts. So I get this notification in the mail that there is a 9-hour sale on T-shirts at one of my favorite places to buy T-shirts at. And, one of the online stores. And I check it out. I'm thinking, maybe I'll buy a shirt or something. So I wind up, after like a few hours of looking through their whole website, I wind up looking at my cart and there's like 30 T-shirts. And I'm like, motherfucker, I can't buy 30 T-shirts. So I'm eliminating, and I'm watching the little timer go down as long as the sale is on, because these normally go for about anywhere from 20 to 25 a piece, and these were on sale for 13 a piece. So it was like, holy shit, this is like 40% off or almost half off. And I was like, really, like I gotta stock up now. This is so cheap. And I was like flipping through. So I finally got it down to like 20 T-shirts. I pulled the trigger, and I really shouldn't have. So, but I mean, I have a little buyer's remorse because I shouldn't be spending that money right now, even though we're only, talking a little bit. But over the next few weeks, you will see me with even more crazy fun graphic T-shirts. So check that out. And it's just insane. And thank you so much, Ben Tom, man. You're awesome too, brother.
Thank you, man.
And yeah, no, man, I love you too. I always say it, but I hope the audience knows when I say something, I really mean it, how much we appreciate the audience, how much I appreciate the audience, and how much I respect and appreciate everyone spending their time with us. Just to come here and watch our silly show and, spend time chatting with us and joking with us and being silly. Even you, Black Salami, even you, brother. I love you all. I mean, I know I joke all the time about, one or two people or whatever, but I just want you to know from me to you, I really, really, really love and appreciate everyone that comes in here, watches our show, leave a thumbs up, leaves a comment on the video, which we reply to, and spends their time laughing with us because, we just love having a good time here. We love talking music and pop culture and my mom and joking around and, all that stuff. So, yeah, thank you, everyone, for popping in and spending time with us. Thank you, Kurt. What's really funny is everyone's giving money. It all goes to Johnny. It all goes to Johnny.
Thank you. Well, it keeps the show on.
This show should be on gold-rated satellite by now. We really appreciate everything you guys do with us.
If it wasn't for that, this show would not be.
Well, Johnny means this show. All the others would be on, not this.
Tuesday nights wouldn't be on anymore.
Tuesday nights,
Fridays and Saturdays, and an extra show.
If it didn't make money, Friday and Saturday would be on. Tuesday wouldn't be on.
Is that a real picture?
I can't see it, bro. Zoom in on it. No, that's Lars, I guess, being silly. I mean, that's like Photoshop, I think. And thank you, CK. You're awesome too, man. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everybody. Really.
Yeah, and thank you everybody for sending these pictures in. There's a lot of crazy pictures that I'll send out.
What else you got? What else did people send in during the show, Johnny?
People got guitars. Somebody got a Frankenstein.
Who?
I don't know. You got to put your names with them, otherwise I don't know who they are. But
cool guitar, whoever's that is.
Somebody got a Frankenstein from.
Let me give a quick shout out of congratulations to the Jansons. Sean Janson and his lovely wife. They are having a baby girl. They just announced it. So huge congratulations to
awesome
channel member Sean Janson and Mrs. Janson. There you go. Rico B says the Frankie is his. Congrats, man.
Congrats, Rico B.
That is a cool looking Frankie. He watches the Kanye watches the show.
Kanye's making a bid.
Kanye's a fan. Kanye's bidding on that drawing right now.
There's your promotion right there. It just popped up.
Kanye's making a bid on that drawing. He's wearing a Nirvana shirt. He's a big Nirvana fan.
Oh, he's if he was,
that would be really funny if he really funny if he bids.
He wouldn't bid. He would get it.
Oh no, he would bid until he got it.
That dude's they're billionaires.
Listen, Kanye, if you're watching, or someone from Kanye's camp, it's really funny. I used to work right next door him. I'd see him all the time. Him and all the Kardashians used to be by the auction house.
Were you the gardener?
Oh. Yeah, right. Mr. Kanye, sir, do you want this hedge a little smaller? Hey, come on, man. Could I speed it up? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Whose hedge?
Yes, sir. Kim's hedge. Trimming Kim's head. Like my mom says with the gardener, I need someone to take care of my bush. It's overgrown. Terrible. No, I seriously though, I used to work next door, Kanye and the Kardashians in Calabasas at the auction house for the Hollywood memorabilia, and I'd see them walking around all the time. We'd walk right by each other. So I never listened to his phone calls, but he was always on the phone. I can imagine right now. Yeah, bid. What's it up to? 310? Go 350,000. Does that win it? Keep going. Just go until it runs out. Just go.
So did they always have the paparazzi following them around?
Always. You always had. Here's the thing. I would come in some days and I'd see in the back parking lot of Kanye's building that he set up, his offices, a sound studio, and a church. He had a church there that he'd have on Sundays. He built this church with that office building. And in the back there, the Kardashians would always have photo shoots. So I'd see Kendall or Cunt or whatever their names are with a K.
Kurt?
Kendall, Kylie, I'd see Kim. I'd see them all doing fashion photo shoots in the back. One time they had a DeLorean back there. They're laying across it.
Oh, wow.
And what would happen is one of them, usually Chris, the mother, would plant the seed of what's going on to to one of the paparazzi or two, so that there were photos. And of course they'd act surprised. Oh my gosh, the paparazzi are always finding us. But it was them basically sending in little warnings to the paparazzi of, hey, the Kardashians are having a photo shoot at this address at this time. You didn't hear it from me, but yeah, you did. Yeah.
Wow.
So there you go. So that was always interesting. Metalani, Joel, I can't do $40 on the artsy fartsy thing. Can we do $340? I'll spot you the rest. You're good for it, right? from one of my favorite movies, Risky Business. That's what inspired me to buy Porsche 928s. The Risky Business movie. So always wanted to be Joel, fucking on a train, tossing glass artsy fartsy eggs.
Wow, I never saw that movie.
You never saw Risky Business with Tom Cruise and Rebecca De Mornay?
No.
Rebecca De Mornay, nice, hot as hell. Watch it; it's a great movie. You all in the chat have seen it, right?
I know of
Business,
it.
I hope.
I know of it.
I hope you guys in the chat have seen it. Yeah. Guido the Killer Pimp, Porsche, There Is No Substitute. Yeah, you all know it. You all know this movie. That's my audience. That's what I want to hear. Rock and roll. Take a second. If you haven't left a thumbs up, please leave a thumbs up. And if you left a thumbs down, please remove it. Be a good guy here. That would be nice. Let's see. Yeah, I think we could do 200 thumbs up. Absolutely. If we try, we could absolutely do it. Anyway, let's we good, Johnny? What else? I think we pretty much covered all the we covered everything. Everyone, positive thoughts and prayers for my mom, please. Really need that. And again, go to juliansauctions.com, or I think that's the is that the website? juliansauctions.com? Let's see. I want to give out the wrong website. Hold on.
juliansauctions.com.
Plural, right?
Auctions.
No, I'm sorry. julianslive.com. julianslive.com. And check out the Music Icons 2021 auction that ends June 11th, but is started right now. Bids are live. You could go bid. Check them out. Even if you're not bidding, check out all the Van Halen stuff. Cool stuff.
Here, I'll put the actual link.
Yeah, put the link there.
Well, the thing is, you have to search. So I'll send you to there, and then
we should look through the whole catalog. There's 1,084 lots in the music industry. I mean, some of it is like Cher's costumes, Michael Jackson's Thriller album, and awards, but it's a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of guitars in there. Obviously, the Van Halen stuff is cool. The Prince stuff is cool. If you like Nirvana, there's your stuff. But I mean, backstage passes to Michael Jackson. I want the young boys coming.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it says Nambla on it. It says Nambla on the backstage pass. There you go.
Goodness.
Yeah, I don't condone that. I'll tell you that. But there is a lot of Van Halen, a lot of Prince in this auction, and some other cool rock stuff. Check it out. I haven't even looked through the whole catalog yet, but we'll talk more about it. But check it out yourself. It's a lot of fun. A lot of stage worn costumes of Prince. I'm looking. Cool stuff. A lot of personal effects from Prince's family and from the Van Halen family. Cool stuff. Okay. Let's thank our channel members who I adore. Let's give big shout outs of thank you to our channel members like Hal Face, John Moronic, James Gum, Hillary Lewis, Jim Nicholas, 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., that's Bruce, Frag 5150, Pal Guitars, Dan Halen, Frank Corcoran, Bent Tom, and Tom Jr., Jeff T, R2R3 Locking Nut, Fernando Riley, Robot Master Switch, 6 Chick 71, Rick Green, The Chad, 2 Brain Cells, Thomas Santiago, Voodoo Child SJ, that is Sean Johnson, soon-to-be father of a beautiful baby girl. Keep her off the pole, man. Brian Spalding, Laguna Palms, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz. We are praying for Roxy's safe return. Ghost BC Rich, 5150 TV, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, Hugh Caldwell, David Crosby is a dildo fucker. He sure is. Jesus Rapes Me, Randy Price, and Steve Carmichael.
And
who else? Who else, Johnny? Who else is a channel member? Give us this channel members, Johnny. Oh, good. Other channel members we'd like to thank: Charles Green, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Mike Neese, Richard Poole, Linny Lou, and my little geriatric sex slave, Mary. Wheel that body over here, you little minx. Gargets Entertainment, Kurt 5150, Susan Silvestri, love you, Susan. Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Bolland, Wayno, Stephen Franklin, Will Starr, R. Habs, KXM Rock, David Shea Garmery, Bo Zeke, Crazy Cook 678, Carol Hatcher, False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Sean Silas, Trevor Burson, and Jarhead Rock. Now remember, check out the new Gizmochi CD, the great Jay Hannon of Gizmochi. There will be a link in the chat to the new Gizmochi album right there. Nightbot has it right in front of you. Check it out. And remember to leave cool comments in the chat, because in the comment section of the video, aside from thumbs up, because we like and appreciate those comments. And of course, we want you to be safe. So get vaccinated. Just my opinion. I did it. Everyone else should do it. That's it. Get vaccinated. Be safe.
Goodbye.
We love you. We appreciate you. We love and appreciate you. Much love. Be safe. Rock on, everybody.
See you guys tomorrow night.
Talking Metal Live. Tomorrow night, Metal Wednesdays, Boner Jams, Jay Hannon. Catch it. Don't forget.
Yes.
We love you.
Where's the thing?
Love you, Mom. My thing is between my legs.
Oh.